All right, got very quiet all of a sudden. That's perfect. That's what we want for the start. So, welcome to TEDxQUT 2021. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm super excited. My name's Josh. I will be your MC throughout the day. Oh, there's my name. So, let's get right into it. I want to see how you're feeling because I know I'm feeling excited, but let's see how our audience is feeling at the moment. So, if everyone could just raise their hands, both of their hands, and hold up their fingers out of 10 for how they're feeling. 1 out of 10 being probably need a fair bit more coffee. 10 out of 10 being the most excited you've ever felt in your life. What are we at? Jeez, that's a lot of 10s. Wow. Okay. I'm impressed. We do see some 7s, some 6s. We'll get them all to 10s by the end of the day, though, I'm absolutely sure. So thank you very much, every one of you, for coming along today. Thank you to all our audience who are here in person. And thank you to our online audience as well, joining us via the live stream. It is sure to be an incredible day filled with some very unique, very informative talks throughout the day. But before we move any further, I'd like to acknowledge the important role that Indigenous Australians have always had within Australia and continue to have. Brisbane is Mianjin land, and QUT sits on Turrbal and Yuggera grounds. And these grounds have always been a place where lessons are taught, stories are shared, and ideas are spread. And that's exactly what's going to be happening today. So we acknowledge the important role that elders, past, present, and emerging, have played and continue to play within the community. I would now like to welcome up Shannon Rusker to do a welcome to country for us. Please welcome Shannon Rusker.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning, everybody. How are you? That's better. My name's Shannon Rusker. My Aboriginal name is Yuwan Yuggera. Yuwan means the goanna. And so when I was younger, I'll just tell you a little story. We're the oldest storytellers in the world, right? Known to mankind. And I'll tell you one story of my time. Now, I was probably about 14, 15. I went out to a place called Roma. Anyone know where Roma is? All right. Those that don't, you head out past the Great Dividing Range near Toowoomba. Keep following the sign. You'll find it. When you get there, you chuck another turn and you go to a place called Surat. Does anyone know where Surat is? All right. So you head on down to Surat, and this is a place where we went with the elders. And this place, the elders out there, they said, all right, get up, boys. We were young. And they said, get up, boys, we're going hunting. We said, yeah, all right. So we jumps in the car. We're all piled up, you know, and a couple of carloads of us, and we head out to the bush, and they point out the section. They said, yep, he's been here, like that. So we pull over, and then we jump out the car, and they go, there he is, heading towards a tree. This goanna, right, massive. He starts running towards this tree, and then we're chasing him, and he starts running up to the top of the tree. Gets to the top of the tree, and they all look at me because I'm the youngest, right? They said, you're going up. I said, no, I'm not. No way, that's high. And my best mate, John, he was there too, around the same age, you know, fit and lean like myself. And anyway, he stands about this tall and just cut as anything. And he goes, all right, I'll go up. So he runs up after this goanna. Goanna goes out to the limb. He starts crawling out to the limb, and he gets to knock him off. And the goanna falls down, boom, and he falls on the ground flat. And I looked at the elders, I said, we got him. And the elders are looking at me silly. They're going, what are you doing? What are you doing? I said, he's dead. We got him. Woo. All right. And they said, no, he's not. And when I looked again, the goanna jumps up, puffs his chest out, and just starts running, right? Takes off. They said, get something, get him. So I run over to the car to get our hunting weapons, which was a pitchfork and a shovel at the time. And I run after this goanna, and I got the goanna, right? Got him, finally. Anyway, goanna went down. We took him back and we cooked him up. But moral of the story was, I often wondered as I got older why I was called the goanna. And I thought, well, the goanna, he was strong. He was really fast. I was faster when I was younger, right? Age champion at school, all that kind of thing. So I thought that must be the reason why. And he was strong and he could fall down. He was even a good actor. I'm all right at acting. All right, so I went to the elders. I said, I know exactly why you called me the goanna. Thank you. And they're looking at me. And I said, did you call me the goanna because of so-and-so? They said, boy. I said, what's that? They said, do you know what a goanna eats? And I said, no. They said, rubbish. McDonald's, KFC, hunting, all that at the time. Anyway, what is a welcome to country? A welcome to country is not something that the event organisations and the Aboriginal people started in the past 10 or 20 years. Something our mob's been doing since the beginning of time. I'm from the local tribe here, the Turrbal of the Yagara language-speaking nation. Yagara goes from around where Moreton Bay begins up to the Caboolture River, south to the Logan River, and out to the Great Dividing Range. And within them, there's many families known as clans, just like the Scottish, right? We have the same thing. Each clan had their own area, and then each country. So once we stepped over the Logan River, I'll take you on a little journey. If we went over the Logan River, the tribe would then change, the language changed, sorry, and the families of there are a different country altogether, like France and Italy, and when you cross all those, Germany and those boundaries, no different. So once we go over there, they'll greet you with the word and repeat it after me, Jingari. We go to south, right into Southport and Surfers Paradise, they're going to say Kayala. We go past Sanford Valley up towards Nanango, Kingaroy, Cherbourg, Mergen, they are going to say Yanande. If we go over the Caboolture River, they're going to say Wanya. If we come here, if we go over to North Stradbroke Island, they'll greet you with the word Yora. But here we say Biki, like Biki and tea. Biki, Karamba. Now just in a small radius there, you can see how diverse we are as Aboriginal people. And like I said, once we step over those areas, I have no jurisdiction. I have as much right as you do in the Aboriginal world or the Aboriginal law. Does that make sense? And that's why every time we have a welcome to country, I'll go a little bit deeper before I finish. A welcome to country, in the old times, we had a message stick, and that had carvings and paintings on. It gave reason why our families were going over those boundaries. We'd have a messenger man. Every single tribe had a messenger man in the old days. And he was young and fit, and he would travel over. Our last messenger man was my great-grandfather. He spoke 15 different languages, 16 including English. Today I speak 6 different languages. But he'd go over those boundaries and seek the permission for our family. Once granted permission, he'd come back, collect us. We'd pack up our swag and our stuff, and we'd head on down. Once we got there, the part that you see on every event, even here today, but on every event across Australia, is where the spokesperson or the elder gets out and says, I welcome you to my land. It's a custom, it's a protocol. If we don't get that welcoming, we don't feel we're wanted in the country. Does that make sense? The next part is they lay down the rules, the laws. Every jurisdiction has laws and rules, right? Brisbane City Council, you go to Gold Coast, well, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner can't tell Tom Tate what to do and vice versa. It's the same thing. So they lay down the laws, what you can and can't do. After that, we begin to sit down and catch up on all the goss. They invented Facebook for that, I think. But we get there, we catch up on all the goss. Then we always light the bonfires, and the elders begin to call out to us to get ready and prepared to paint up, put our kangaroo skin headbands on and emu feathers on, and begin to dance. So before I finish up here, we're going to do a dance. How about that? Everyone stand up. Let's do it. Now, it's pretty easy. It's not hard to do the dance. The dance is called Shake a Leg. Don't know if you've ever seen it before. Anyone seen Shake a Leg by the Aboriginal people before? Anyone done Shake a Leg before? One man that I know can do it is Elvis Presley. All right. But what we're going to do is, men, first of all, we put our hands together like this. Ladies, can you put your hands behind your back? One foot in front of the other. Only ladies. Only ladies. Men, you just stand there. You're going to keep the chant. You need to chant like a koala. Can't tell you why the koala grunts, but you can look it up on Google. Anyway, yeah. They grunt just like the men. All right, so they're going to clap their hands at the same time as me, the men, and the ladies are going to slide their feet. Men, start clapping now. And do this. A. Can you say A on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, now you're trained up. All right, so clap and A. 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 Ladies, get ready. Slow it down. Wait there. A. 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 All right, they nearly had you boogieing fast, girls. Go! Then you will slide. Step, 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 and wait. And boo! Go now. And step, 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 step. Brr. Okay, give them a big round of applause. Very well done. All right. Now don't sit down, guys. The warrior's turn to do it here. And they're going to puff their chest out and show you a more manly way of dancing. You ready, guys? There's not much room. You can't do that. All right, we're going to put our hands behind our back, guys. Hands behind your back. Ladies, hands like this. You're going to keep the beat. You're going to hiss like a snake every time that we clap our hands. It sounds like this, not a big s. It's just s, s, s. Keep it going. S, s. All right, men. Hands behind your back. Next part, you have to squat like you're going to the. Too much info. All right. And we go, go. Then you go, knees in, knees out. Knees in, knees out. Knees in, knees out. Knees in. Go. Go. Go now. Knees in, knees out. Knees in, knees out. Knees in, knees out. And brr. Yay. Give them a big round of applause. Very well done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great time here at TEDx.
Thank you very much, Shannon. A fantastic way to start off the day today. And what an incredible day it's going to be. We're witnessing something very special here. We are witnessing a TEDx event, and some of us are even here in person, which is amazing to say after last year, so it is absolutely fantastic. So, as I've mentioned, we're going to be experiencing some incredible talks, and TEDx is all about giving a platform to different people to speak about something that really means a lot to them and can mean a lot to all of us in general and mean a lot to humanity. So, we're about to witness an incredible day today. But before we move any further, we're going to go into a video to explain a little bit more about what TEDx is all about.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons. People gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
There we go. Exciting. All right. So, many of us probably know what TEDx is all about. We've probably seen lots of the talks on YouTube and things like that. But now, we are going to be seeing them live and in person. So this year, our speakers were not given a particular topic to talk about. Most years in TEDx, they're given something specific to talk about and something to make their talks around. But this year, we just kind of let them run free. They could come up with any sort of talk they wanted to, but somehow, serendipitously, they all wanted to talk around the same sort of topic. And that topic for today, you can see it on the screen, it is humanity. We're all human. We're all going through this life together. We're all experiencing the highs and the lows, the good things and the bad. We all have likes, loves, fears, dislikes. We're all going through life together, and we're all human. And today's event will help us think a little bit more deeply about what it means to be human. So if you'd like to open up your programs, I've got one of them here. We'll go through the sort of thing we're going to be discussing today. All right, so we've already had our event welcome. Our first session today is going to be all about how humanity relates to the self and how we can better ourselves to in turn better the world. After that, we'll have a morning tea break with some food provided by Beatles on the Quad as well, which is quite exciting. And then after that, we'll be back in to our second session, all about how humanity relates to community and those around us, before going into lunch with some live music by McDermott and North, and then finally going into our last session, all about how humanity relates to inclusivity. But for now, what I'd like to do is introduce our event volunteers. You might have seen them when you registered today. They're the people wearing the TEDx shirts, and they are here to answer any general questions you have throughout the day, anything you're wondering about. But apart from that, a couple general housekeeping things to go through as well. Exits are through the back where you came in, bathrooms, keep walking all the way down the hall to the end there, and you'll find those ones. I'd also like to invite everyone to put their phones on silent, just as if you were at a movie theatre. Another important thing to note with phones and cameras, you are welcome to take pictures, just make sure you don't have flash on, and make sure you're not taking videos as well, because there will be a video of the entire day available online in the future as well. So, without further ado, I think we should get into our very first session. So, session one, as I mentioned, is all about how humanity relates to the self. And we have got a fantastic speaker starting us off today. That is Steph Tandy. So, Steph currently works in tech management consulting, but before that, she used to go around to all these different children's hospitals and made it her job to make kids laugh and smile. She's got a history of acting, improv, and just plain having fun. So please welcome Steph Tandy.
A burning building, an evil genius. Helpless citizens watch on in horror. What will happen? And then suddenly, something in the distance. What is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a superhero. In times of crisis, confusion, and fear, the superhero story offers escapism and the hope that good will triumph over evil and someone else will save the day. But as we all know, reality is not that simple, and the villains that we face in the real world aren't usually evil geniuses. They're day-to-day things, like having that difficult conversation with a colleague. They're big, existential things, like climate change. Or they're those quiet moments of grief that we all eventually face, such as losing a loved one. When we face things in the real world that feel overwhelming, it seems like a superhero simply isn't coming. But I have a secret to share. Superheroes walk amongst us. You may not notice them at first because they're often in disguise. But they do exist, and they're closer than you might think. In fact, I can sense around 117 in this very room. How do I have this superhero sensor, you might ask? Well, I used to be a superhero. I know, it's hard to believe, but I used to be a cape-wearing, comes-from-outer-space superhero. I wasn't born that way. My origin story starts with me as a young 20-year-old woman who was unsure of who I was. My story crosses continents, and it includes magic and loss and a lot of laughter. My story includes seeing many others around me, unlocking their true superhero natures as well, not always by choice, but often out of necessity. You see, for 4 years, I worked with children and families in hospitals, community clinics, mental health wards, and palliative care hospices. And it was my job to dress up as a superhero every day and bring just a little bit of escapism and hope to some pretty serious situations. And through this work, I learned that being a superhero isn't about being the fastest or the strongest or the smartest. I learned that the superheroes that we need in the real world have a different set of skills. And I learned that anybody could unlock their true superhero nature and grow through challenge by practicing 3 simple things. 1, activate your superhero brain. Whilst it would have been great to come here today and tell you about how I learned how to fly or maybe shoot lasers from my eyes, I learned a much more useful skill that I think all superheroes should hone first: how to activate my superhero brain. I remember one day I was called in at the last minute to support a 5-year-old girl during a particularly painful procedure. And I'd found myself without my bag of tricks that I'd usually bring, so maybe a musical instrument or some bubbles or some games. It was just me. So I walked in, and it was this overwhelming environment of bright lights and beeping machines and sharp needles. And I started to think, what can I bring here? A superhero with no bag of super gadgets. I was so caught up in my own ego and trying to throw more at the situation that I disconnected from the present moment. And I looked around the room and I spotted the little girl in the middle of it all and the reason why we were all there. And she looked really scared. And I realized that she didn't need a singing, dancing entertainer. She needed a superhero. So I activated my superhero brain. I calmed my breath and I practiced shining a warm, present energy. She caught my eye and she started activating her superhero brain too. And the procedure didn't get less painful and the environment didn't get less overwhelming, but we breathed and we calmed and we got through it together. This power of activating my superhero brain served me well beyond my superhero days, and especially as a first-time manager of 30 people at that very same hospital. When challenges arose, which they inevitably do when you're managing people, I activated my superhero brain. And whatever came up, whether that was something surprising or big emotions or perhaps my own defensiveness, I accepted it, I was present with it, and I learnt through it with curiosity. And from this, I learnt that sometimes activating your superhero brain and being present with what is all that's needed to unlock the answer. And sometimes it isn't. Number 2, create a superhero squad. In 2018, myself and 2 of my superhero colleagues were delivering our services to children's palliative care hospices in England, Scotland, and Wales. And I remember our first visit to a hospice. We went around and we were creating balloon animals for each child, and we wanted to ask them what colour they wanted. But we quickly realised that due to the progression of their conditions, many of the children didn't communicate verbally or physically with a point or a nod. So we just ended up choosing a colour for them, which doesn't really seem like a big deal, except the whole ethos of our work was about giving choice to children in environments where so much of that choice had been taken away. So I knew that we could do better. I reached out to an occupational therapist and I asked for help. She explained that we could simply hold up 2 different options and let the child choose with their eyes. Something so simple, so useful, and something that I never would have thought of on my own. And from this and so many other situations like it, I learned that just relying on our own experience of the world, our own expertise, and just being present isn't all that's needed. Sometimes we need a sidekick or a whole superhero squad. Apart from not having all of the answers ourselves, humans aren't meant to go it alone. So whether that means finding a mentor or finding a community, a superhero should always find ways to work alongside other superheroes. Now, I mentioned that I have this superhero sensor, but for those of us who haven't quite developed that yet, how might we spot a superhero? That's right. Number 3, the superhero costume. For many of us, drawing attention to ourselves activates that little voice that says, hey, who are you to shine? But wearing a cape to work every day that literally sparkled in the sun taught me that when you shine, you encourage others to shine too. It also taught me the importance of play. This cape and the space boots and the space hat immediately caught kids' attention and said, hey, this way for fun. And while superhero costumes aren't for all of us, play is. It reduces anxiety, it allows us to see new opportunities, and it strengthens those social connections. Just the things that we need to thrive during change and uncertainty. So don't stop creating opportunities to play, both for yourself and for others, especially when things get serious. Now, I have one final secret, and it's about the superhero cape, actually. It's the most important power that the superhero cape has, and that is that you can take it off. A lot of people ask me if it was sad working in a children's hospital, and I think yes and no. And that's not really the right question because it was sad, but it was also joyful, and it was absurd, and it was simple, and it was complex. I came to see a children's hospital like a microcosm of our world. Inside it are those quiet moments of grief, those joyful moments of love, loss, laughter, community, connection, and challenge. Inside its walls are everyday humans, big and small, unlocking their true superhero natures to face things that are really scary and overwhelming. But being a superhero is really tough. And as many of the children and families that I worked with know too well, some villains don't get defeated. So it's important to take your cape off, to rest, to recover, to reflect, to find people and places where it's safe to be vulnerable, to let your emotions be felt, to not have all the answers, and to try again anyway. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a real superhero. None of us are. We're human. Messy, everyday humans on a journey in a complex and sometimes confusing world. And yet, we are the superheroes that we have been waiting for. All we have to remember is 3 simple things. 1, unlock your superhero brain. 2, create a superhero squad. And 3, don't forget to take off your cape. And the final lesson is this. I know that we all have within us what we need to act like a superhero. I can sense it.
Thank you very much, Steph. I know that when I was a kid, I always definitely wanted to be a superhero, and I thought, man, I don't have superpowers. But it's amazing to know that we can all be superheroes in our own way, just by being ourselves and embracing our humanity. So thank you so much for that, Steph. I'd now like to move on to our second speaker of the day, Melanie Rolfe. So Melanie is a sessional academic here at QUT, and she uses psychology to help people live more fulfilling lives. Outside of that, she's also created the Paper Planes Project, which is all about helping children and their families experience the joys of nature play. So please join me in welcoming Melanie Rolfe.
What if there were a place you could go that would lower your stress in a way we can objectively measure? What if there were an activity you could do that would decrease your susceptibility to poor mental health while increasing your creativity, connection, and resilience? You'd be all about it, right? Well, what if I told you there is? That it's free. And that actually when we're stressed out and really need it, it's probably the first thing we cut from the schedule. I'm talking about play, and more specifically, nature play. And I'm going to tell you why you, an adult human, should be prioritising it. I've had the immense privilege to use play in my work with children and young people as they navigate serious illness and grief. I've walked hospital halls and nature trails with tiny humans facing monstrous battles, and with the people who love them as they say goodbye and learn to live and love without that human beside them. In recent years, I've been speaking with the loved ones left behind about their experience in the paediatric palliative care sector. And if I had to take these stories and pull together just one common thread, I think it would be this. Our experience on this planet matters. Joy matters. My experience with these families has shown me the unending potential of the human spirit. And it's what's made me so passionate about every one of us having the tools to live our best lives, however long they're going to be. And that's why I want to share with you today this everyday thing that we could all be doing to refill our reserves for times of famine and to be all we can be in times of feast. Nature play. We associate play with children. Recreation might be a term that more adults are comfortable with, but recreation has been imbued with these adult connotations. It's a world where the things that bring us joy are only permissible if they also tick something off the list. We play soccer because we love it, and we need the exercise. We make fancy birthday cakes because we enjoy getting creative, and it needs to be done. But play is just joy for joy's sake. And if you only remember 2 words today, let it be these. Joy matters. Recently, inspired by my time working on camp programs, I started a nature play group for little humans. We create, we connect, we play, and usually we get muddy. It's beautiful. And very quickly, parents started saying things to me about their children's emotional growth from the sessions. Things like, my son, he's different here. I wish my husband could see him like this. But what really surprised me was that parents were also saying things about their experience at the nature playgroup. Over and over, I kept hearing the phrase, this is the highlight of my week. So the researcher in me had to dig a bit deeper. And when I asked these parents what it was that was such a highlight for them, I heard things like this. It slows me down, helps me breathe, and fills my cup. Now, that's not something you hear from parents about taking their kid to dance class. There's something going on here. This regular time to play and connect in nature is having an impact. I want to borrow a principle from positive psychology and talk about our mental health as a continuum, from -10 to +10. Where -10 might be really struggling, maybe struggling to get out of bed in the morning. 0 is doing fine, we're surviving. But +10 is thriving, living our best lives. Have a think where you might fall on that continuum today. Now, the whole range is part of the human experience, and it's a valuable life skill to be able to sit with discomfort and grief. But it's also a valuable skill to have some tools in our belt that can move us up that scale towards a sense of fulfilling our potential. And when we look at the research, there are a number of factors at play in nature play that do just that. Firstly, play invokes flow, a psychological state where we lose sense of time and we're fully immersed in our activity. Have you ever had the experience where you look up at the clock and go, how did it get so late? Chances are you're in a state of flow. Notice what you're doing when that happens, because being in a state of flow is restorative for our mental health. Play also promotes creativity through a lack of constraint. In play, we put together the pieces in new ways just to see what happens. In play, we take chances that we wouldn't take in serious settings. So play, good for us. But why should we be doing it in nature? Well, the research shows that a sense of connection to nature lessens your... The research shows that a sense of connection to nature lowers your susceptibility to mental health issues. Just being around green space decreases how stressed we feel, and we can physically see this effect through lowered levels of cortisol, the stress hormone. We also know that exposure to dirt builds your microbiome, affectionately known as the second brain in your gut. And that in my studies, this didn't just make them less impacted by stress, but actually mirrored the effects of being on antidepressants. Now, I'm not advocating that anyone throw away their medication, but what a remarkable tool that we all have access to that can move us up that scale wherever we're starting from. Nature play also opens the door for positive emotions. Joy is the obvious one, but there are a lot of others. Looking up at incredulous creations of nature invokes a feeling of awe. Think about the last time you looked up at the night sky and contemplated the infinite universe that we're part of. The research shows that these feelings of awe make us more satisfied with life, less influenced by weak arguments, more humble, more generous, and make us feel more connected to humanity. Isn't that worth stepping outside for? So the evidence is stacking up about nature play, but I bet you're curious about what adults playing in nature would actually look like. What I'm proposing is this. The next time someone asks, where should we meet? Nominate nature. Swap your next coffee catch-up for a nature date, but you can still bring the coffee. And then follow your gut. Our emotions have physical connections to our bodies. Our bodies know the sensory input that they need to get to a regulated state. So listen to your body as to what that might be for you. If you'd like something more concrete to get started, I'd like to propose this little mnemonic device. Make something, do something, or do nothing. Make something is about getting creative. You might already have a particular art form that brings you joy. Do that in nature, with no rules or editing. You might like to get creative with what you find around you and give yourself a prompt to get started. Make something tiny, something useful, something beautiful. Do something is about an activity. I bet you still remember if you're more a truth or a dare type. And can anyone really here tiger it without jolting into action? Maybe moving to feel good for you looks like dancing, stretching, climbing a tree. Do something is about activity and action, the antecedent to the final prompt. Do nothing is about noticing the world, your body, and your emotions. I'm going to invite you to do nothing with me now. I want you to look at this tree, like one you might spot on your walk to the bus each morning. And I want you to imagine that on this occasion, you've taken a moment to pause underneath it. And I want you to close your eyes and imagine yourself there now. Come on, I'm doing it. Underneath that tree, can you hear the leaves rustling overhead? Can you feel the earth beneath you, solid and strong? Can you feel the cool, crisp air on your skin? Now take a breath in and out, and notice where in your body that breath moves. And now I invite you to open your eyes. How'd that feel? We were noticing imaginary senses and tapping into mindfulness, but it's easy to see, right, how that just happens when you're actually under that tree with the sun filtering through the canopy and the birdsong in the distance. So my idea is as weird and as simple as that. Grown-ups going into nature to play, to exist just for joy. This idea has applications for peer support groups and for the way that governments design our public spaces. But for the people with me now that I've bombarded you with the stats on why it's so good for you, I invite you to forget the shoulds and just do it for the joy. Because there's a difference between doing something because a should is pushing at your back and doing it because your heart is pulling you towards it. So explore your curiosity and jump in. Send an invite as soon as I walk off this stage. Who's going with you on your first nature date? You'll experience firsthand what the research and the mums from my bush kindy tell us, that our mental health benefits in so many ways from regular nature play. And if you want to think about those benefits to motivate you, then please do. But I'd really encourage you to also give yourself permission to do things just for joy, because your experience on this planet matters. Because you matter. Because joy matters.
Thank you very much, Melanie. You really should lead guided meditations there, because that whole visualization with the tree, that made me feel so relaxed and so calm. And actually going out into nature would have those benefits as well. So thank you very much for that. I'm sure our next speaker agrees with you as well, that it's important sometimes to just take a step back from life and take a step back from work and just take time to relax and have fun for fun's sake. So our next speaker is Felicity Purvis. Almost. We'll do it soon. So Felicity Purvis is studying a double degree in a Bachelor of Fine Arts and Education here at QUT. And she also works in disability support services. And she hopes to combine those two things in the future to create an arts program for youths with disabilities. So please join me in welcoming Felicity Purvis. You can clap now.
It's 2 a.m. and I've been working on my assignment since I got home from uni at 6. It's not quite done yet, but I can barely see the screen. Wait, did I eat dinner? That's okay, I'll just eat at breakfast. I have work at 7. Will I have time to eat? It's okay, I'll just go to sleep now and I'll figure it out in the morning. So I rock up to work the next day, exhausted and hungry. My boss looks at me and he says, "Wow, you look really tired." So he hands me a coffee. "You better fuel up on these," he says. "We're going to be pretty busy today." "Good on you for coming in though. You're a great asset to the team." Sound familiar? Now, let's just imagine a different way that we can approach our lives. Belinda knows that she has an important project due today, so she decides to wake up 30 minutes earlier than she normally does. Not to work on her project, but rather to do all the little things that many of us simply ignore or don't do. While waiting for her eggs to cook, she sips her coffee and looks out the window. She likes to watch the little nesting birds in the tree outside. When it's time to leave for work, she allows an extra 10 minutes to walk to the train station. She likes to walk slower, to feel the sun on her face, reach up to touch the leaves and breathe in the fresh morning air. Now, those are two very different ways that we can approach our working lives. The first story I told you was about hustle culture and the detriment it can have on our mental health and on our well-being. The second story, Belinda's story, demonstrated the power of romanticizing our lives. Romanticizing our life doesn't mean doing anything big or extraordinary. It's simply finding little moments of mundane magic in our everyday. Now, some people... Can you please? We probably don't think that Belinda has achieved much in these little achievements, but really, she has found a way where she can still do what she needs to do while keeping herself sane in the process. So, what is hustle culture? I'm sure that most, if not all of us, have experienced it at some point in our lives. Hustle culture is when we judge our worth by our productivity. It's this idea that we must be productive about 101% of the time to be considered a valuable human. It's filling our schedules with so many random commitments like coffee dates with friends or soccer training 4 nights a week that we burn out. Now, it may not come as a surprise to you, but this culture of toxic productivity is just that, toxic. Studies have even shown that hustle culture has been linked to sleep deprivation, stress disorders, and just total burnout. And worse, this culture is something that we celebrate. About 2 months ago, I probably had one of the biggest breakdowns of my student life. I had a draft due the next day, which I hadn't started. I had a quiz in 2 days' time, which I hadn't begun to study for, and 4 assignments all due within the next fortnight, which again, I had not started. Now, this breakdown had been building up for a while. For weeks, I felt like I wasn't allowed to do anything other than the things I should be doing. And I felt guilty even just doing things to take care of myself, like eating. So a lot of the time I didn't eat. And I felt guilty going to the gym or taking care of my dog. So a lot of the time I didn't do those things either. But I also couldn't bring myself to do the work because I was so overwhelmed, which just made it worse. Can you please? So I kept not eating. I kept not taking care of my dog. And I kept not exercising. Can you please? And I got so caught up in all the little things that I wasn't doing that I didn't stop to appreciate the things I was. Like the times I did feed myself, or when I took myself on walks, or when I spent time with the people I love, because by so many societal standards, those aren't the things that matter. And it felt impossible to do anything else to those things that I should have been doing, even just showering. Self-care should never feel impossible. We shouldn't have to feel like we must be doing big, important things all the time. So why can't we just appreciate our lives for what they are now? And why can't we appreciate ourselves for what we can do now? Why are we always rushing off to the next big thing? I'm a disability support worker, and the girl I care for, Sophia, finds joy in the smallest and most everyday things. She's a teenager, but she doesn't really care about any of the things you'd expect of a teenage girl. She doesn't care about what she looks like, only being comfortable. And she doesn't care about her weight, only about pasta and cheese and butter and chocolate. She can't really produce spoken words, and her mobility is quite limited. Sometimes people ask Sophia to be different. They ask her to work, simply for the sake of working. And it just makes me think, why? Why can't Sophia just enjoy all the little things she can do, instead of us putting pressure on her to do the things she can't? I want you to imagine trying to climb out of the back seat of a 3-door car. This may not seem like a big deal to us. It may take us an extra 10 seconds to climb out of a 3-door car rather than a 5-door car. But with Sophia, it can genuinely take 10 minutes of us pushing her and pulling her and trying to convince her to climb through the middle to the front seat. But when she does get out, it's like she just ran 3 marathons in a row. And she will talk about it for hours and sometimes even days afterwards. And she will give herself a big high five and cheer herself on every time she mentions it. Because Sophia finds joy in the things she can do, not the things she can't. She's always learning, but mostly she's just happy in being herself. And that's what people love about her. We are told that we can be happy after the next big thing. We are told that we can relax and have fun after the next big thing. Why? Why are we only allowed to be happy if we achieve something extraordinary? I want you to think back to the story I told you at the start about Belinda. Belinda deliberately carved time out of her day to do the things she loved. Some of us may think that she didn't do a lot in this time, but really she has. First, she still made her train on time and put herself in a happy and relaxed mindset to work on her project for the rest of the day. Second, she made herself a nourishing breakfast to fuel her throughout her day and help her in maintaining a positive attitude. And third, and arguably the most important, she gave herself permission not to work on her project, and instead just to do the things that fulfilled her. Now, some of us may be thinking that this doesn't really achieve much, that she was wasting time, or that she was slacking off. But studies have actually shown that in doing these small things and acknowledging them as achievements, Belinda's brain is releasing dopamine, or the happy hormone. Dopamine is the chemical in our brains that allows us to feel achievement and reward. And in feeling these emotions of happiness and reward, our brain is triggered to repeat the action that caused the release of dopamine in the first place, which in Belinda's case was achieving. So, how can we be more like Belinda? How can we stop being a victim to hustle culture? Well, first, I want you to pick one thing that you can do each and every day before you even get your morning started. It doesn't have to be big or extraordinary. Personally, I like to write in my journal every day before I even get out of bed. Some people choose to make their bed first thing in the morning. By achieving one small thing before we do anything else, our brains release dopamine, which makes us want to keep achieving things as our day goes on. Next, I want you to make a list with a few things that you know you will do and that you want to do, like making your coffee or brushing your teeth. Next, I want you to add in a few things that you kind of don't really want to do, like sending a work email or an invoice. By mixing the things that we do and don't want to do in the same list, our brain associates the harder tasks with being more achievable, which makes us want to do them more. And finally, I want you to pick one thing that you can do every single day that is just for you. Again, it doesn't have to be big or impressive. It can just be working in your veggie garden, or playing your favourite instrument, or even just watching your favourite TV show at the end of the night. But I want you to make time for this thing, because more than anything, it's important that we can wake up every single day with something to look forward to.
Thank you very much, Felicity. Hustle culture is something I'm sure we've all experienced. I know I've experienced it firsthand quite a lot, and it's nice to realize that sometimes it's okay to take a step back, and sometimes it's really important for our mental health. So thank you very much for that message there, Felicity. I'd now like to move on to our next speaker, Katie Buckhorn. So Katie is a PhD research candidate studying Bayesian statistics here at QUT, and she's also recently published her first book, Wondrous Worlds: The Extraordinary Adventures of a Curious Mathematician. Now, I've got a little bit of an admission to make. I have never really loved maths myself. Got to be honest, I was never really too great at it either. But Katie's talk actually made me start to reconsider that, which is a pretty incredible achievement coming from someone who used to absolutely hate maths. But Katie's talk will help us realize the wonders of maths and STEM in general. So please join me in welcoming Katie Buckhorn.
Thank you. This is Sadie. She loves playing with her friends, jumping in puddles, singing, dancing, and solving puzzles. But most of all, she loves mathematics. It's bedtime. She's thinking about a puzzle she hasn't solved yet. The pieces in her mind don't quite fit right. But Sadie has grit. She believes that when she works harder, she becomes even smarter. That if she stays with it longer, she'll become much stronger. That if she keeps on trying, she might just get it right. And she does. Her parents tuck her into bed with thoughts swirling through their heads. They wonder who she'll be one day, the job she'll have, the role she'll play. And they worry. She loves her numbers, but are the options too few? Dad smiles a knowing smile. Well, she got the love of numbers from you. Oh, the wonders there were yet to see. It was the age of information and endless possibility. For much in the world was about to change. So much had already, so recently. Drifting into a quiet slumber, she embarks on a journey to a place far away, the edge of her imagination, in the corners of her mind, to a place where time twists and twirls. Space that lengthens to higher dimensions like nothing she's ever seen before in this world. With her eyes closed in the depths of her dream, she sees the mysterious and exciting unseen. She imagines curved shapes with one-sided faces and discovers new pathways through unexplored mazes. Her parents still worry. They just don't know where her path will go until the realization, hey, you know, she could be a researcher, the theoretical kind even. She's certainly got the mind. I could see her working at the university, or for a business even, commercially. Sadie keeps on dreaming, but this time it isn't space that moves. She moves within it, soaring faster, higher, further than ever before in special cars, driving her straight to Mars. She dreams of a world filled with people and machines clever women helped to build. A world where she lives stronger for longer. Her thoughts are more advanced, her abilities enhanced. Man made machine, then machine made man. She isn't afraid. No, She's in command. With their worries fading away, her parents say, "Oh, hey, she could be a software engineer, an engineer of any kind even. She's certainly got the mind. To build robots, machines, our homes, the entire city. And they imagine doing that. She'd be quite busy." Sadie keeps on dreaming. Inside the mind of a computer, she peeks. She sees special codes, special ways to speak. Are all of their thoughts in ones and noughts? How can that be? The waiting computer awaits its tutor. And so she gives her first command. She says, "Please bake me my favorite cake ever. Use any food and mix it however." She watches in awe as this machine turns her instruction into production. More delicious with every bite she tries. She watches in delight as this machine learns. Her parents are not worried at all anymore. They're excited. Look at all of these jobs just created. This one's the study of nature, how things are related. And I think you'll agree, we need better environmental policy. She could map out diseases, find reasons, help others believe in her numbers. There are numbers everywhere. And Sadie keeps on dreaming. But all she sees now are numbers and signs, facts and figures growing bigger and bigger. In and amongst it all, there's a crystal ball. The veil has lifted, the timeline has shifted fast forward a century to when our actions become memory. So we must ask ourselves now, what will be our legacy? Turning data into decision helps the environment we live in, helps businesses optimize, helps us live healthier lives, both in body and mind. Turning data into decision helps humankind. My name is Katie and I'm a mathematician. I wrote this story for a colleague's daughter who loves solving problems, just like I do. I wrote it to show her the wondrous worlds of science, technology, engineering, and of course, mathematics. I was just like her growing up. But I didn't dream of becoming a mathematician. I didn't even know I could be one, let alone know how rewarding a career it is. For me, when it came to choosing a career, I was at a complete loss. It was like choosing a career ticket from a hat. Only the options that went in were already biased towards careers I'd seen more of growing up, the better understood ones, the more celebrated ones. I'd like to shake that up. Mathematics is a language we use to describe how complex systems interact. I'm using this language in my PhD work to describe water quality in river network systems and coral recovery in reefs, to even quantify the aesthetic value of Antarctica. I've seen algorithms that transform brainwaves into a better understanding of our mental health, and a single formula that helped track down the wreckage of Flight AF447, lost to the deep sea for years, in just a week. Science has recently detected cosmic ripples passing through space-time, squeezing and stretching the very fabric of our existence. And with it, a century-old mathematical theory has manifested. That was one of Einstein's, by the way. The mathematics behind science is a powerful tool of insight that gives us the what, the why, and the how of the world around us. We understand what is happening by finding a formula to describe the system, what we call fitting a model. We understand why it's happening by interpreting the model and by studying the interplay of factors. And we understand how changes now impact our future and how certain we are of that happening. Or in other words, how cause turns into consequence. Just like a crystal ball, we harness the insights to see into our future and all possible futures. So we need the next generation of thinkers learning about science and mathematics now more than ever to help tackle the biggest issues of our millennia. like understanding the causes and consequences of our changing climate, irreversible tipping points in our ecosystems, how to mitigate a global pandemic, where lever points are in strategy, bottlenecks in supply, and how information or misinformation is spread across online platforms. We need the next generation of thinkers becoming scientists, engineers, and mathematicians. But how can you do something you've never even imagined? Or become someone you've never dreamed of? What if you've never seen yourself represented in science by someone else? Lack of diversity is problematic, because without diversity, we are left with bias in the what, the why, and the how. There's this pervasive thought that numbers are the objective truth, but in reality, there's human input at every step of the way, from the data that's collected and the assumptions that are made, to the interpretation of evidence and how all of that's used for decision making. We need diversity of thought in the way we solve problems, and in turn, make decisions. So I'll leave you with this. Mathematics is a profound instrument of insight that, when fair and unbiased, will pave the way into our future by turning data into decision that helps humankind. So, for those who dare to dream in numbers, keep on dreaming. Worlds of opportunity await.
Thank you, Katie. That is the end of our first session today. So I'd like everyone to give our first 4 speakers another round of applause. An incredible 4 talks to start off the day. We learn about being superheroes, experiencing the joys of nature, taking a step back, and also experiencing the incredible worlds of STEM as well. So a wonderful way to start off the day and think about how humanity relates to ourselves. So we're now just about to go into a break here, but before we do, I'd like everyone to put your hand up if you know the name of the person sitting beside you. Oh yeah, about half and half. That's not too bad. So TEDx, it's not just about the talks. It's also about spreading the incredible ideas we learn and taking action in the real world. So what I'd like you to do quickly, if we can, is I would like everyone to introduce themselves to the person sitting beside them, if you don't already know their name. And I'd also like those of us who do know each other already to get to know each other just a little bit more. So if we could each share the best idea we've either had ourselves or heard in the last month, could even be from one of the speeches you just heard, with the person beside us. So, for example, my name's Josh, and the best idea that I heard of in the past month might sound really boring to everyone here, but it was extremely exciting for me. So I've been working on many assignments, as uni students are doing now, and I was told that if I write my entire report in Comic Sans, that font that looks really silly, I will be able to get much more writing done much faster, because I'm not going to be afraid to make a mistake because the font just looks so silly. And it worked. It worked so well. I wrote maybe 4 times faster than I'd ever written before because I wasn't worried about making mistakes. So that's the best idea I've heard in the past month. Now, if you could turn to the person beside you, tell them your name and tell them the best idea you've either come up with recently or you've heard from someone else recently. I'll give you a couple minutes to do that, and then we'll come back and I'll tell you what we're doing over the break. So if we could just do that now. All right, and we are back for session 2 now. So you may have noticed this giant QR code up here. Some people have scanned it so far, some people haven't, but would definitely recommend scanning that. It's a super duper quick survey, the quickest survey you've filled out in your entire life. You literally have to type down one word and you've done it. So basically, we're just going to get you to scan that survey, and it's just going to see how everyone's feeling about the event, what we're thinking in just 1 or 2 words. Wow, this is like the best response I've seen to a survey ever. Normally people hate surveys, especially uni students, so this is very good. Well done, guys. So there we go. All right. So I'll give you a couple minutes to scan that one up, and then we'll flash the results up on the screen. So we'll do a quick mini hand survey while we're waiting for the survey. How many people met another person over morning tea? Oh, that's not bad. That's more than half. Excellent. Everyone keep aiming to meet new people and spread ideas with as many people as you can, because as we've said, that is what today is all about. Okay, so what we might do now is we'll put those results on the screen if we can, tech team there. Beautiful. All right, there's some of the words we've put down. As we can see, good is very big. That means that a lot of people have said good. So that's a great response. Interesting, inspiring. Talks, yep. Scone. Scone is also a somewhat big one, surprisingly. I mean, that was a very good part of today so far. Excellent. I think someone tried to type out a sentence. I can see I've enjoyed everyone's brilliant, awesome, good, pretty. I don't know what the sentence was, but it looks like we've got part of a sentence there. We've got wow. Wow, lots of incredible words. So thank you for putting those words down. That is the result of our super quick survey. So now we're going to get into the second session, which is all about, oh, there's another me, which is all about how humanity relates to community. So without further ado, oh, I love saying that. Without further ado, our next speaker is Lauren Michael. Lauren is in her 5th year of a double degree in business and law here at QUT. She's also the president of QUT's Women in Business Society and an executive member of 180 Degrees Consulting, which does real consulting for not-for-profit firms, which is very, very cool. And she also works for a law firm in her spare time as well, so she keeps herself very busy. Please welcome Lauren Michael.
So, 2020, hey, what a year. We all lived through it, so I won't bore you with the details. In addition to everything, we saw a huge year of social upheaval. It felt like activism became a more common part of people's lives, not just reserved for the few with the time and energy as it had been in the past. Long-standing issues were laid bare for all to see, only exacerbated by the pandemic. Cue, please. Being a social justice warrior was no longer an insult. People, from celebrities to you and me, were being called out if they weren't doing something for a cause they care about. According to a report from the New York Times, the wave of urban uprisings that followed the murder of George Floyd likely constituted the largest social movement in US history, with an estimated 26 million Americans taking to the streets. In Australia, the outrage was reciprocated, with tens of thousands, including me, marching across the country to condemn the treatment of Black people abroad and at home. Many of you would remember, however, that the movement wasn't confined to the streets. Instagram was overrun with black squares. These were a visual representation of support, accompanied by a promise to black out one's own social media in order to amplify black voices. The nature of being confined to our homes to reduce the risk of infection meant that many turned to digital platforms to express their anger and demand change. Similarly, it felt like every week there was another reckoning on the treatment of women in Australia. The names Grace Tame, Brittany Higgins, and Hannah Clark are now seared into the national consciousness, enforcing our understanding that women are not safe at school, at work, or at home. These stories lit a spark among Australian women of all ages, political views, and cultural and economic backgrounds. It seemed like some of the carefully placed barriers that had been in place to keep women quiet had all come crashing down. But this time, the news wasn't where the stories were confined to. Those in my circles, and I'm willing to bet many of yours, chose to express their anger and sadness and pain on social media, naturally taking any form of objectivity out of the conversation. Last year, it felt like everyone was upset, and rightfully so. But it was impossible to escape because platforms such as Instagram have created the perfect breeding ground for easily digestible and easily repostable infographics for simple comprehension of current affairs. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing at all. The proliferation of a new type of news that appeals to young people is leading to a better informed and more plugged-in generation. But stemming from the waves of pastel Instagram posts is a phenomenon now being referred to as performative activism. Although a topic may be receiving high engagement online, it's been noted that this engagement is performative, with users seeking to capitalize on a moment for social clout rather than actually support the movement and its demands. And it still has a place. Huge campaigns are centred around just building awareness for a cause, bringing attention to the injustices occurring or the plight of a marginalised group. But there is now something more that can be done for almost any social justice issue, from donating to volunteering to fundraising. The missing link between performative activism and real change is community. I like to think that anyone who's posting on their social media accounts about a cause they deem important is coming from a place of sincerity. However, social media's focus on the individual lends itself to performance. Cue, please. There is a social approval that comes alongside posting, with users conflating likes and views and follows with the new social currency. By engaging in the online world, we enter into a game dictated by an algorithm that is inherently individualistic. So when wanting to start conversations about movements that are founded in community, what can really be achieved? We poke fun at those who've made careers from social media for being shallow. But if we're not taking action in the real world, we are no different. This is what I'm advocating for, a sort of return to the way that social movements used to happen. Looking back at some of the most effective movements to cause change in recent history, like civil rights, women's suffrage, the fight for Indigenous land rights, so much was able to be achieved through the collective action of so many who saw an injustice and sought to correct it. Being a member of Gen Z, I've been lucky enough to embrace technology in ways those who come before me couldn't. However, my key experiences doing work towards causes close to my heart has shown me the true power of community. By signing up to a student society in my first year of uni, I joined a group of like-minded women all working towards a common cause to empower women entering professional services. Now, as president of this society, I've been able to see how much of a genuine impact we've been able to have on our little corner of the feminist movement. Through the work we do, female students have been able to learn effective interviewing skills, network with successful women from a range of business fields, and even secure internships and jobs from the connections we provide. This community could not exist solely online, but that isn't to say that our digital platforms aren't a useful additional resource. The group can create online content to help our student members engage in bigger and broader topics than we are able to effectively tackle. Through coming together, we are able to have a much bigger impact than any of us could alone. Similarly, after seeing the horrific impacts of domestic violence in our country, I was inspired to take some form of action and volunteer my time. Helping to organise an annual fundraising event for a pro bono legal service that helps victims of domestic violence has been a much more effective way to channel my anger than just posting on Instagram. I'm a small cog in a very large machine that includes all types of stakeholders and change makers. But I know that my small actions for the cause are creating a difference. Of course, I still post about the issue on my social media accounts, but I believe I can confidently bring awareness to the matter because my actions in the real world are creating change for the cause. The distinction between performative activism and being a genuine activist or ally is not black and white, but I'm encouraging you all to take a real stand in whatever way you can. Of course, you can post online, but always ask yourself, what am I doing in addition to this? Am I speaking about this offline? How many people are actually being helped? Every person in this room will care about something. You would not be here listening to TED Talks all day if you didn't. We are the next frontier of change, and so I'm encouraging you all to seek out communities for the causes you care about. If one doesn't exist, get a group together and create your own. By combining activism and community, we can achieve amazing things.
Thank you, Lauren. And bringing home a really important point there, I think, which is it's not just about caring about a cause or posting about a cause, it's about actually doing something about it. And that's what I encourage each of you to do today. After you've finished listening to all of these talks, take action on them. Take action on the ones that mean a lot to you. I'm sure most of them will, because we've got some incredible messages today. And we're about to move on to another incredible speech. Our next speaker is Alina Dini, and Alina is passionate about sustainability and she lives it throughout her everyday life. She used to work for Tesla, but now she's started her own company called Whirl, which helps people shop for the right electric car for them. I also heard a rumor that she was involved with MasterChef at some point as well, so that's pretty cool. But please welcome Alina Dini.
When you need good advice, where do you go? Friends? Family? The internet? When we need good advice, we usually ask around, from the basic things, hey, where can I get a good pizza? To the intimidating ones, do you know a good financial advisor? To the really scary ones, I need the best oncologist in town. When the stakes are high, we want people we trust next to us. The collective knowledge of our network usually delivers, and our peers are happy to help. So why don't we involve them in discussions about climate change? Sustainability's on trend, but it's not accessible yet. Just this year, the world's leading body of climate scientists, the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, confirmed a global warming impact on the order of 1.5 degrees. from activities we do in our everyday lives. So if you don't know exactly what this means, let me use an analogy. You and everyone you know is on a boat at sea. It's a really big, well-equipped boat. Imagine the Titanic, just no Leo. This boat was built to last, but we pushed it a little bit too far. Not one day, but slowly over time, taking a little bit extra of this, skimping about a bit on that, and now the boat's struggling. It has a hole, and that hole gets slightly bigger every single day. The boat's sinking, and everyone you know is on it. So what do? I imagine if you were actually on that boat, you'd be gathering people together in crisis teams. You'd be looking for wood and nails and smart people to fix the boat and save the ship. But if you remember the movie, that's not what happened, is it? No, instead of an all-hands-on-deck scenario, it was every person for themselves, water rushing in from all sides, people fighting over life jackets and places in rescue boats, tears of fear, acceptance, and regret. For them, it was too late. They couldn't save the boat. But for us, where the planet's concerned, it's not. Not yet. We have an opportunity to act now. We have a chance to save our sinking ship, and we need our peers to help us. The collective action of our society got us to this point in time, so it makes sense that our collective effort is necessary to fix it. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm so passionate about this topic. Like a number of you in the audience, I'm a parent. I have a daughter. Her name is Aurelia. She's 2.5, and she's the joy of my life. She lives in a solar-powered house. She's only ever been in an electric car. At home, we compost, recycle, and grow vegetables. My husband and I have instilled in her a love for the natural world and an appreciation for the environment. We both work sustainable professions and adhere to daily practices. I used to think I was doing more than enough, but now I know I'm not. I now know that climate change is the battle of my generation. In just the last 10 years, I've personally been a witness to devastating floods which have trapped me in my home, to bushfires which have destroyed places I love in multiple countries, to landslides which have demolished homes and cities, and to cyclones or hurricanes that have taken lives. And it's only going to get worse. We know this because the world's smartest climate scientists keep telling us over and over again. I know that climate change is the battle of our generation. So what can we do to make a difference? Cue, please. If we stick with our movie analogy, let's try a different one. Apollo 13. You know the 1990s Oscar-winning drama starring Tom Hanks, where he and a group of astronauts travel to the moon in a spaceship. Well, they try to, but along the way, the spaceship experiences a catastrophic failure, and the only way to save the astronauts is for some serious teamwork. So if you know the movie, imagine this scene. We're in a boardroom, a white table. It's surrounded by actual rocket scientists, and somebody dumps a box of all kinds of equipment onto the table. The engineers rush in and start tinkering away, and within a short amount of time, they've come up with a solution to bring the astronauts home safely. Spoiler alert, they get back. It's a true story. This kind of teamwork saved the day. So this movie makes me wonder, what if we had an alternative ending to our scary story about climate change? What if, instead of things getting substantially worse, they stabilized? What if we were able to work together, getting together with people we know in our everyday community, meaning the people you go to after-work drinks with, or your closest relatives, or the friends that you share brunch with on the weekend, or maybe even the person sitting next to you, and we started sharing stories about the sustainable activities we could do in our everyday lives. To give you an example of what I mean, just the other week, a colleague of mine at work asked me for help with solar on his house because I used to work in that industry. So I looked over his materials, took me 30 minutes, referred him on to some of my installers, and off he went. I did this because I know that every little step makes a difference. So what about you? What sustainability thing could you do that you haven't done yet? Could you, for example, do what we do at home, which is when our TV remote breaks, instead of dumping the AA batteries in the bin, we put them in an old pickle jar, and every couple of months we take it to a recycling center to be recycled. Could you do that? Or buy your mom a reusable coffee cup and take her on a coffee walking date around the Botanic Gardens. Make it fun and enact the change for her. A friend of mine told me that she recently started recycling soft plastics. Potato chip bags, chocolate wrappers, toddler pouches. She brings them to the supermarket every week, so we've started doing that at home. You wouldn't believe how much you collect in a short amount of time. I've been telling everyone about it. Cue, please. These actions do make a difference. We just need to do more of them. Cue, please. Everyone's expecting government policy and clever digital marketing to get us to net zero emissions by 2050. We can't depend on governments to save us. Let me say that again so it really sets in. We can't rely on the government to save us. So, what can we do? Cue, please. If there are two things I want you to take away today, one is, what sustainable action can I take on next? And number two, who can I ask to help me with it? Or who can I talk to about it once it's done? Or both. Maybe you want to change your wardrobe to secondhand. There's some really good deals available on Marketplace and really cool things at the local markets. Could you do that? Or if you love your electric car, tell everyone about it. Give them test rides and tell them how you got to being a happy owner. Sharing our stories gets sustainability from becoming trendy only to conventional. Telling everyone about what we do is one way to rewrite the story about climate change. Working collectively with our network is our opportunity to make this story conventional. We can't rely on our governments to save us. We need to work together to change the way that we do things. We need fast, rapid action on climate change. We need to work with businesses, we need to work with governments, we also need to work collectively. Cue, please. Our systems and processes are not built for this. They bend and often break under pressure. Think about how long it took you to switch from going from just a landline phone to a mobile phone. A long, long time. But where the climate's concerned, we simply don't have that kind of time. The forests are dry and burning. The system is struggling to cope under extreme weather events. We need to effect a change now. So what can we do as a group to accelerate this change? How can we work together to enact a difference faster? Will you stand with your peers and quickly rebuild the ship? Or do you hope that someone else ordered enough lifeboats for everyone? Make a plan today. Think about what you can do next. That means you change maker with your electric car, your vintage wardrobe, and your compost bin. You can make a difference. If we share our stories, we make sustainability easy. We make it accessible. If we tell everyone about what we do, we make it relatable and repeatable. If we share our stories, if we work together, I know we can turn this ship around.
Thanks, Selena. That was a really refreshing talk to hear, because quite often a lot of the talks we hear about climate change and sustainability, they're all doom and gloom, and this one was great because it talked about the positives and that we still have time to turn this around and that we can take simple, easy actions in our everyday lives to make a difference to our communities. So, before we move on to our next speaker, I've noticed we have been sitting down quite a lot today, so I'd like to invite everyone to stand up. Brilliant, excellent. Feel free to have a bit of a stretch while you're up here, but we're going to do a little bit of a game, I think. So this game is called Sit Down If. It's a really, really simple game. All you have to do is sit down if one of the statements I'm about to say is true to you. Once you've sat down, you can't get back up again. The last person standing, though, does get a prize. So very exciting. So let's start it. Sit down if you are using someone else's Netflix account. Whew, that's a lot. All right, there we go. Narrowed it down by a third right away. It's all right, I'm guilty of that as well. So, next one. We'll do another Netflix-related one. Feel like this is going to eliminate a lot of people. Sit down if you're watching Squid Game on Netflix. Oh, there we go. That's less than I thought. Apparently, it's like the most watched show on Netflix ever, which is pretty crazy. Okay. Sit down if you've had more than one cup of coffee today. Sit down if you're feeling a little bit sleepy. I won't make you stand too much longer. Oh, only a couple people? That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. Sit down if you are wondering what you're going to have for dinner tonight. Haven't quite decided yet. Not many left now. Okay. Sit down if you're wearing the free lanyard that you got today. Very cool. We got lots of cool free stuff today. Oh no, did we lose everyone? Jeez, people are liking this free stuff. Wow, okay. The people who just sat down, stand up again. No, that's totally fair. I was very excited about all the free things today too, so I'm really glad to see everyone's wearing their lanyards. That's awesome. Okay. Sit down if you have met only one new person today. All right, we'll try and increase those numbers. Sit down if it took you quite a while to decide what to wear today. That's all right. That was me too. Had to change the shirt last minute. Oh, it was crazy. Okay, so sit down if you have done dancing in the last week. Nice. Okay. And then there were two. No? You're about to sit down? Oh, you're still up? Haven't danced in the last week? All right. Sit down if you want to dance soon. Oh, haven't danced, don't want to dance? Okay. That's all right. Sit down if you have more than one cool mask for COVID at home. Dang, both again. You're going to have to stand up again. I'm sorry. We got to have a winner here. So, are you forfeited? Don't want to stand up again? Forfeited the win. There we go. So, I would like our winner to come up now. You've won a box of chocolates. So, absolutely. Congratulations. How do you feel about your win?
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for this wonderful honour.
It is an honour. You are absolutely welcome. Congratulations. Everybody, give her a round of applause. Last person standing. Well done. All right. So, now that we've all had a bit of a stretch, now that we've all stood up, we're going to sit down for a bit longer because we're about to have another fantastic talk from our next speaker, Karthik Gurunathan. So, but first, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that because we have to see an incredibly awesome video now, which is also about community, and it's also a TED talk about community as well, so it fits in super well. But this video is all about how we can use public spaces to embrace community, and I found it quite interesting, and I'm sure you will too. And then we'll get on to Karthik's talk. So here we go.
For me, public space is political. I work with communities around the world, and as we know, every community has problems. Some of these problems are solved through the ballot box or city hall meetings or community efforts, like bike lanes and potholes and school budgets. But some problems are beyond the reach of these structures, like food deserts, community well-being, and the loss of cultural identity. These problems cannot be solved with the existing tool sets. I believe that public space is the most potent place to discuss these issues because it contains the richest diversity of perspectives, and that's what makes it so powerful. The existing parks, town squares, and sidewalks are not enough though, which is why I'm interested in creating a new type of public space, one that's built by the community and designed specifically for their needs. I start by listening and by setting up actual outdoor living rooms, complete with couches, tables, chairs, rugs, and lamps, as a way of holding meetings to learn about the issues directly from the community. I use this technique to capture the voices and ideas of people that might not have time or feel comfortable in more formal meetings. So why get someone to sit in a love seat in the middle of the street? In York, Alabama, the residents bear witness to the abandoned houses that cover the town, which are a constant reminder of the white flight that took place after segregation ended, when white homeowners left the area and let their houses fall into disrepair. Teaming up with the people of York, we transformed an iconic pink-sided, blighted property in the middle of town into a new house called Open House. However, this house has a secret. It physically transforms into a 100-seat open-air theater for plays, movies, music, or whatever the community would like to experience. And when it folds back up into the shape of a house, the image of the reclaimed pink siding reminds people of the past. After its opening, the mayor saw the potential in Open House and held the next town hall meeting there. The excitement of this unique gathering space brought new energy and gave a fresh viewpoint to collectively discuss the future of the town. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, to highlight the issues of energy, waste, and climate change, we replaced the garbage can in a park with an anaerobic digester to transform dog waste into usable methane gas. Burning this methane lights the park and reduces greenhouse gases. By slightly changing an everyday experience in public space, the Park Spark project provokes neighbors to have conversations about the natural and built systems around them and their connection to the environment. In Lyons, Nebraska, residents spoke about the loss of social life as downtown storefronts began to shutter their doors, a result of the slow violence of disinvestment, which has left many rural downtowns empty. To address this loss of human connection, we used an abandoned storefront to turn Main Street into a movie theater. The storefront wall is modified with hydraulics so that the awning and false front fold down over the sidewalk with the push of a button, providing seating for 100. As the community came together to build a storefront theater, an eccentric postman who makes sci-fi movies starring his cat proposed to make a documentary for the debut. And so that summer, we turned downtown into a movie set and the townspeople into actors to create the movie Decades, a history of Lyons downtown from its founding to the present moment. On opening night, the Main Street, which is usually empty after dark, filled with people to watch the story of their town, leaving locals to question, how will we write the next chapter of Lyons? Well, the next chapter started with a series of movie screenings, public events, and international musicians, as well as a low-budget film community that has blossomed in Lyons, bringing in people from all over the world, and a permanent art gallery that has opened next door. My work harnesses the power of the built environment to focus on issues that communities and local governments have failed to address themselves, by creating projects so custom fit that the community naturally makes it their own. When people from all walks of life have a shared experience in these spaces, it can lead to a paradigm shift in how we see our home, our community, and the world. For me, public space is political and becomes powerful when it sparks people's imagination to envision a new future. And although every place I've worked is unique, it all boils down to one thing. If people can sit together, they can dream together. Thank you.
All right, excellent. I'm glad we gave him a clap. He couldn't hear it, but I'm sure he would have appreciated it. So, I'm glad we didn't skip that too. That would have been a tragedy. No, it was quite an interesting talk there, and it's really cool how we can use public spaces to bring communities together. So, you may have heard that Karthik's talk is up next. Our next speaker is Karthik Gurunathan. I met Karthik at first through QUT Connect, which is a volunteer organisation on campus that's all about helping out with campus events and helping new people settle in to campus life. And it's a great organisation, and since I met him, I could always tell Karthik was a very giving person, and he's all about nature. He quite enjoys nature. He actually founded the QUT Nature Society. Another one of his interests is pharmacy, and that's what he's studying. So he combined these two interests into environmentally sustainable healthcare, which is what he's going to be talking to us about today. So please join me in welcoming Karthik Gurunathan.
So, you go to your doctor for your annual checkup. He does a couple of tests and he diagnoses you with high blood pressure. After getting your prescription, you go to your local pharmacy to get your medication. A week passes and you notice you're developing an annoying cough, a common side effect for the type of blood pressure medication you're taking. So, back to the doctor you go, get the new medication, and throw the old medication away. This is a common scenario where we may obtain a medicine but not use all of it. Sometimes we need to adjust our dose. Antibiotic doses may not be finished. It's just for a short-term condition, or the medication expires before it's fully used. But what do we do with the medication if we don't use them or can't use them? We could throw the tablets into the bin. We could drain the cough syrup down the sink. Some of us may even flush it down the toilet for easier disposal. But the moment we discard our leftover medicines, we inadvertently contribute to a dangerous concoction of pollutants that negatively impacts our environment. At the simple push of a flush button, or the running of a sink faucet, we begin to create a toxic environment that impacts the livelihood of local plants, wildlife, and even us. Let's take a step back and discuss why this is such a concern. Why is pharmaceutical waste so dangerous? What we know about pharmaceuticals is changing at a breathtaking pace, with the invention of new and innovative medicines for conditions from chronic pain to heart disease to infections to epilepsy. Pharmaceuticals today are treating conditions we never thought could be possible. And to do this, they're designed to be highly active compounds that target specific systems in the body. For example, my grandmother takes L-thyroxine, a medication to compensate for her underactive thyroid gland. Previously, desiccated thyroid glands from animals used to be the mainstay in treatment. But now we have synthetically created compounds that target the specific receptors in her body that need to be treated. Like the missing piece in a jigsaw puzzle, we create the piece that will complete the picture. These compounds are designed to be highly effective, and such come in doses that are extremely small. In the case of my grandmother, her dose is 25 micrograms. To put that in perspective, if she takes her dose daily for the next 110 years, she'll have only taken 1 gram of the drug. These compounds are designed to have an impact on our physiological systems at very low concentrations. However, at even lower concentrations, these medications that us everyday people take can begin to affect other living creatures in our environment. So how does pharmaceuticals already affect our environment? Over the past 2 decades, there is mounting evidence of estrogenic chemicals, such as those used in the contraceptive pill, causing widespread sexual disruption of wild populations of fish throughout the UK. These are associated with sewage treatment plants which contain these chemicals, and shows that fishes are affected from just the surrounding levels of pharmaceuticals present in British rivers. Other wastewater treatment plants, such as in Canada, have been shown to contain high levels of common antidepressants even after the water has been treated. Only 40% of these drugs were removed in these treatment facilities, and river water samples several kilometers downstream still contain these drugs. Even if these medications only affect one species of fish, there's a ripple effect, changing the amount of food the predator has and subsequently changing the whole ecosystem in which the fish lives in. There are 3 ways pharmaceuticals get released into our environment. Firstly, is through the manufacture of medicines. The production of pharmaceuticals is a complex process involving many stages of research, development, and clinical trials. When drugs need to be produced rapidly, the generation of less hazardous waste may become an afterthought. As individuals, we cannot immediately change how drugs are designed and developed, but I will touch on this aspect further later on. The second way pharmaceuticals get released is through the consumption of medicines. When we consume medicines, our body processes these drugs, although not all of the drug is necessarily absorbed. Through our urine or feces, a major portion of the drug may end up in wastewater facilities. Wastewater treatment facilities are not designed to handle pharmaceuticals. They're designed to deal with conventional pollutants, like biodegradable organic matter. Treated wastewater either goes into our oceans, used onto our crops for irrigation, and the sludge that comes out of sewage is spread onto our land as fertilizer. This can impact many areas in Australia, especially those that reuse a lot of water. The filtration systems used in these areas are not designed to break down pharmaceuticals, and as such, can lead to issues such as contaminants being concentrated and reintroduced into the environment after the water has been filtered. The third way pharmaceuticals get released into our environment is through the disposal of medicines. As stated earlier, wastewater treatment facilities are not designed to handle pharmaceuticals, and as such are one of the avenues for environmental pollution. In addition, when medicines end up in landfill, they can get absorbed into the ground through landfill leachate, meaning where the water flows through the solid material and absorbs some of its constituents. This can affect plants and wildlife living near these areas. However, the good news is we can change how we consume and dispose of medicines. There are several ways to improve how we dispose of medicines from a micro individual level up to a macro level involving education and government systems. Firstly, leftover medicines should be returned to pharmacies. Did you know that in Australia we have a return of unwanted medicines bins, meaning you can return any unused medication to any pharmacy. This stops them getting into the landfill or poured down the sink. Drugs put into these bins are exposed to high temperature incineration, which break down these drugs and reduce their environmental impact. Items such as inhalers and patches can have a large amount of pharmaceutical active ingredient still present even after they've been used, so it's imperative they're returned once used. In addition, sharps, like needles used for diabetes, hormone replacement therapy, and other conditions, should be put into yellow medical waste bins and given to pharmacies where they'll be put into specific yellow bins. The sharps put into these bins are exposed to high temperatures and pressures, which destroy the drugs inside. Secondly, minimization by education. Educate yourself on the medicines you are taking by asking your doctor or pharmacist. Many medicines are improperly prescribed, or the quantity far exceeds what you need to consume, such as for antibiotics. Check if you can only get the required quantity for the duration of treatment. For example, if you only need 10 tablets, there is no need to get a box of 21 or 30. If you have a chronic condition, regularly visit your doctor and consult with them about the medicines you are taking. In some cases, your condition may have improved enough not to require them. Finally, speak out about this global issue to bring about changes in government policies, such as green economic incentives, rewarding green companies and green products. Australia utilises 59% of dried sewage sludge for agriculture, And although these are tested for contaminants such as pesticides and heavy metals, there is no specific testing requirement for pharmaceutical contamination. We need governments to change their laws and incentivize the implementation of existing water filtration systems and invest in innovation of filtration systems for regions without the capabilities to handle complex filtration systems. We need legal requirements for manufacturers and waste treatment facilities to ensure they produce less damaging waste, especially during the drug development phase, when procedures can be redesigned to minimize the dangerous waste produced. This issue of pharmaceutical waste is a complex one. We have not yet clarified which medications present the highest risk to our environment. We know that likely contributors include antibiotics and medications that affect our hormones. However, the complex mixtures of various drugs that are constantly being put into our oceans, rivers, and into our land presents us with an issue in analyzing these substances. With such a large concentration of people living in urban areas, we are faced with issues in waste management of pharmaceuticals. The current impact to aquatic life should signal us an early warning bell on the impact of inappropriate disposal of pharmaceuticals. And I hope next time you will think twice about throwing your medications into the bin or pouring it down the sink.
Thank you, Karthik. That's something that I've never really thought about before, how we dispose of our pharmaceuticals and how we use them in general and how that can have an impact on the environment. So I think it's definitely a message that needs to be shared and something that not a lot of us have thought about as well. And it's great that you provided some actionable tips there as well. We can combine those with some of Alina's tips from earlier into just simple ways that we can take care of the environment on an individual level as well and look out for our communities. So, we're now going to move on to our next speaker, Naveed Tusisaidi. So, Naveed got his doctorate in biomedical engineering and he was quite awarded for his academic career. He did very well out of that, but he now works at Max Kelsen, an AI firm which does some pretty amazing things. Naveed also has one of the most brilliant smiles I've ever seen. So please welcome Naveed Tusisaidi.
Artificial intelligence has often been depicted as villain robots ready to take over the world. But I'm here to tell you that AI can actually save lives and improve healthcare for millions of patients around the world. AI is helping us personalize the delivery of care, make hospitals more efficient, and improve access to healthcare by providing accurate decision-making tools. AI is the process of educating a computer model using complex and large data sets. The model learns from this data in a training process to build its ability to make decisions or predict outcomes when presented with new data. We are talking about having access to a computer model that knows based on the experience of thousands of other patients whether a treatment is likely to work and what works best for that patient based on their individual conditions. No two of you in this room, or in fact anywhere in the world, are alike. But AI models are helping our doctors learn from patients with similar conditions or even similar genetic information and make highly informed decisions about their diagnosis and their treatment options. I want to talk about how we are starting to use AI for delivering care to cancer patients. Cancer diagnosis can be immensely complicated, both for the doctors in making decisions about diagnosing a primary or secondary cancer, as well as for the patients in understanding the risks and success rates of the treatment options. But we are developing AI models that can help streamline this process by taking information from a number of sources. This involves feeding an AI model data from the patient's blood tests, X-ray images of the suspected lesions, as well as genetic information from a tissue biopsy. The trained AI model can rapidly consolidate this information and provide highly accurate predictions of the patient's diagnosis, treatment options most likely to succeed, as well as the prognosis. Let's talk about Peter, who is a cancer patient. He's gone through comprehensive clinical assessment, imaging, and various other diagnostic workups, but not even the best doctors in town can tell him where his cancer primary site is. Meaning he can't get a treatment specific for his cancer, and his chances of surviving another 5 years is less than 10%. But our team right here in Brisbane has developed a tool using AI and patients' genetic information that can accurately identify the cancer primary site of Peter and empower doctors to give Peter a treatment that we know is going to work for him. These type of models can be expanded exponentially to predict accurate healthcare. This means using an AI model to understand whether a certain population is more susceptible to a certain disease and whether they would respond more favorably to certain healthcare interventions. AI is giving us the ability to have a much more refined and detailed understanding of human health than we've ever had before. But there is a catch to the immense promise of AI being implemented into routine clinical practice. Our existing regulation frameworks aren't designed for AI software intended for diagnosing, treating, or managing the disease, also known as AI-based software as a medical device. They are designed for physical medical devices like surgical implants or most software that have the same output every time that the patient or clinicians are using them. Traditional software are static, in a sense that the developers release a version of a software, and no matter how many times you use it, it would always have the same output for the same data. On the other hand, AI software behave completely differently to most software in healthcare because of their intrinsic ability to learn and evolve over time, ideally becoming more intelligent and suited to the environment that they're being used at. Our existing regulation frameworks aren't designed for AI software. Our existing regulation frameworks rely on the static and reproducible nature of this software to prove that they are safe to be implemented into routine clinical practice. So our regulatory authority's solution has been to lock the learning potential of these algorithms before they are implemented into clinical practice. This means that the model can no longer learn from its environment and new data, which limits its functionality which limits its potential to improve its functionality or its accuracy. You know, the whole point of AI. And at times, this can even be harmful for the patients because the AI model is no longer trained on the most up-to-date data and can potentially lead to a wrong diagnosis. But the good news is that there are emerging regulation frameworks being proposed that, if implemented right, can be a game changer. Our regulatory authorities are proposing using more transparent reporting mechanism so that the developers can disclose how their models would learn and evolve over time, and this will be combined with ongoing and real-time monitoring to make sure that the predicted changes actually occur and that the software is adaptive to make much more accurate predictions and improve healthcare outcomes. We also need to make sure that the training data used for these algorithms are representative of the entire human population. Let's look at a mobile-based diagnostic software that we are developing again right here in Brisbane that uses AI to detect skin cancer from the images that you've taken on your iPhone. If this model has been trained on a predominantly Caucasian population, how well do you think it would do on an African American or an Asian patient? Our AI developers have a huge responsibility to make sure that data bias doesn't exist and that their models are trained on diverse and robust data sets representative of the entire population. You know, not just white males. But at times, we understand that this is not entirely possible. Skin cancer does in fact disproportionately affect the Caucasian population because of the genetic differences, and as a result, there are much larger data sets available for those patients. But this means that we need to build in a functionality in our AI models that for low confidence results for an Asian patient, for example, the model is capable of saying, I don't know, or that this is my best guess based on a skewed training population. But unfortunately, this functionality doesn't exist yet, and it's urgently needed to be mandated by our regulators. To successfully implement AI in healthcare, we need to establish new regulatory frameworks in consultation with AI developers, healthcare practitioners, policy advisors, as well as the patients themselves to bring the best out of AI. Improved regulatory frameworks can make sure that diverse and robust tools are developed that are compliant and adaptive and can serve the whole population equally. If we get this right, we can transform the delivery of healthcare where we are promoting personalized health and well-being advice. I'm excited to be at the forefront of translating this amazing technology into healthcare and use this to help millions of lives around the world.
Thank you, Naveed. AI is such an amazing thing, and it's so cool to see the different ways that it can benefit us, especially in terms of healthcare as well. So, that's the end of our second session. All right. No need to clap, that's all right. So, we are now going to move on to another break, but I'd like us to reflect a little bit on what we just heard throughout the previous session as well, all about how humanity relates to community and how we can help out our communities and those around us just by doing simple, everyday things. So, we're now going to move into lunch, and we also have some exciting live music from McDermott and North, a local Brisbane band. They formed a couple of years ago, and they have been making some excellent music ever since. So it's a treat to have them along. And we've also got some good audience activities that you can take part in as well. You'll notice a couple of boards and activities around there that you can participate in. But we will be coming back after that at 1:40. Make sure to keep going around, meeting new people and spreading some cool ideas. All right, thanks everyone. Geez, you guys are good at getting quiet very quickly. I'm very impressed by that. So that's been wonderful throughout the day. You're a very well-behaved audience. It's quite good, but it's now time to move into our final session here, which is all about how humanity relates to inclusivity and how we can think more about the people around us and how we can treat others. So, I'm not going to do a big long intro for this one. We're going to go right into it. So our first speaker for the session is Chris Southcote-Want. Now, Chris has worked in high-level recruiting for the past 18 years, but he's currently undergoing a little bit of a career change and is now studying nursing and psychology here at QUT. He also does some pretty cool stand-up in his spare time as well. So please join me in welcoming our first speaker of the final session, Chris Southcote-Want.
To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment. That's one of my favorite quotes. But the truth is, we're not programmed to like being different. Different can be perceived as weird, uncomfortable, indescribable. What is it about difference that frightens us? I mean, it's such a juxtaposition. We like to think of difference as creative, the spice of life. It gives us depth and dimension. Like, how often have you heard people say how boring it would be if we were all the same? I have always felt different, and I didn't really understand it until I was categorized by those around me, branded by a rainbow. I was put into that rainbow box before I even knew what the box was. You may be familiar with this rainbow. July 2021, it was Pride Month. How cool is that? Canada in 1973 for the first Pride events had a week, and now we've got a whole month. Rainbows were everywhere. I've never known Pride events to be so en masse, so normalized. My LinkedIn was awash with rainbows, big corporates spending thousands rainbow washing their brands, big retail hanging rainbow bunting and launching their rainbow specials. Admittedly, I was partial to a few rainbow cupcakes in my local cafe. Rainbow washing was everywhere, with businesses portraying progressive support for the queer community, but often without understanding or effort. I found myself getting frustrated. I found myself getting protective of the rainbow. I wanted to say, give it back, that's ours. We've earned it. And in the same breath, I wanted to say, keep it. I don't want it anyway. So you can see my relationship with the rainbow is tumultuous. It's what we might call a love-hate relationship. I reflected back on my management career. I remember the first management role that I ever went for. I remember vividly the advice I was given. I was told I was too flamboyant, too eccentric, too extrovert. If I was going to be taken seriously, I needed to tone down. I remember how hurtful that felt. I remember looking at the rainbow and knowing I was part of it and thinking, why me? Why did I have to be part of that stupid rainbow? Luckily, I'm quite a stubborn person, so I went to the interview as is, considered the advice as noted, and I got the job anyway. But I still remember what it felt like being critiqued for being me, being branded as queer. Fast forward 20 years, and I've managed different teams in different businesses. I've consulted with organizations on diverse and inclusive strategies. But me and myself, 20 years on from that interview, I'm still stuck at being conscious of being different. And I'll tell you why I'm stuck. I'm stuck because every time we want to go to work to be our authentic selves, to fit in with everyone else, where queer isn't noticed, the corporate world drops in a reminder that we're still very much different. Queer different, weird different. Whether that be an argument a business is having about a quota for hiring queer colleagues, or the legal right a business has to be able to choose to discriminate against us. Whether that's the latest office poll on whether we should have gender-neutral toilets, or the casual conversation with a colleague about why we don't have Straight Pride Month. Cue, please. But the fact of the matter is that being forever conscious of being different is exhausting. The continuous reminders take their toll. Now, I'm not going to bombard you with statistics, but there are just two that I want you to consider. So Beyond Blue, they completed a raft of studies. And of all the people interviewed in our corporate workforce, our queer colleagues were 6 times more likely to suicide than their counterparts. 6 times. Our transgender colleagues were 15 times more likely to suicide. 15 times. So you can see my relationship with the rainbow is complex. It's full of anger, frustration, and hurt, but at the same time, one of belonging, love, but most importantly, difference. So it's not something that should be exploited for capitalist gain because some study has opened our eyes to the billions of dollars spent by the queer community, or that we realize the cost benefit to the business from just hiring a few gays into the team. There is still so much work to do. A friend was telling me a story, and picture this. So you consider yourself non-binary, not that you need to declare that into the world. Imagine that you're walking into a store to do some shopping. You go to the men's section, there's rainbow flags everywhere, you're looking through their Pride specials. You're shopping in the men's section, you've always worn men's clothes. You go to the changing rooms, you go to try on the men's clothes, because how weird would it be trying on all the men's clothes in the women's, right? You get to the doors, there's Pride messaging on the doors. You go to enter and you hear a voice. Excuse me, madam, you can't go in there. And as my friend told me that story, I could hear the hurt, the pain, the suffering. Being outed in a public space surrounded by rainbows, that was supposed to be a safe space. And I thought about the education I wanted to give you all today, how I wanted to tell you all about how to be a good ally. But then I realized it's not about us and them. It's not about me telling you, it's about all of us opening our mind to the difference that we all have to add. It's about all of us being able to have a color in the rainbow. All of us having a letter. I'd love nothing more than for it to be LGBTQIA+++ till we need more letters in the alphabet. We can all have a Pride Month as long as the intention is right. So what can we do about it? I mean, there is a positive side. I work with some amazing businesses, and I reflected on the most thriving and inclusive businesses that I work with. They all have a common trait, and it's simple. They flip the concept of what it means to be an ally. And I don't mean being an ally as just being respectful, seeking to understand, listening, empathy, because that's just being a decent human, right? The businesses that I work for that are amazing and inclusive are the ones that break down barriers so it isn't about us and them, it's about all of us. The ones that put up rainbow flags, not to tick a diversity box, but to amplify the voice of every individual in that business. And they celebrate that difference. They celebrate the uniqueness. They celebrate what they bring to the table. And they do that with every single person, every single day. They put up rainbow flags around the office, not because they have to, but because they realize there is still work to do. We are not equal. Transphobia is still very much rife. And we still live in a society of heteronormative design. So when you see someone putting up rainbow flags or running a Pride event, that's great, but think to yourself, what am I doing to challenge inequity for our queer community? Because our queer community have had and continue to have a lifetime of death by social construct, literally.
Thank you, Chris. Such a wonderful quote there. It's not about us and them, it's about all of us. And I felt that that really resonated with me, and I'm sure it resonated with everyone here as well. So we're now going to move on to our second speaker of the final session, Ruth Finneran. So Ruth is a law and justice student here at QUT, and they also work for the university's equity department as an Explore Uni ambassador. I found Ruth's talk to be very powerful, and I'm sure you will as well. But I'm going to let them talk for themselves here. So please join me in welcoming Ruth Finneran.
When I was 13, I was being constantly tormented. At school, people would tell me to kill myself. They would call me every horrifying thing that you can imagine. And I would come home every day and I would cry. I would lock myself in my room and I would not speak to anyone. This is just one of the times in my life that I felt afraid. Okay, let's pause. Everybody unclench. Let's all take a big deep breath together. Ready? Now I imagine most of you just thought, oh my God, no, I know this talk is about PTSD. Please don't make me sit through this. And to that I'd say, too bad, I have barred the doors and you are stuck in here with me. Hi, I'm Ruth. Nice to meet you. I am a law and justice student. I use they, them pronouns, and I have post-traumatic stress disorder. Ba, ba, bum. It's very ominous. First up, let's start with some quick definitions. Post-traumatic stress disorder happens after someone is exposed to a traumatic event. While these events are always hard, most people recover after a few weeks with support from their friends and family. Not everyone does though, and that's when we have to look at the following 3 characteristics. You re-experience the trauma, for example through nightmares or consistent intrusive memories. You consistently try to avoid things that remind you of that event, and you believe that you're always in danger. You're on edge a lot, basically. The important thing to note about PTSD is it impairs your ability to function normally in your daily life. Most people's first thought when they meet me is, oh my God, what horrifying thing happened to you? And the first and only answer to that is, it's really none of your business. That is between me, my therapist, and also TikTok. First tip of the presentation, guys. Don't ask someone with PTSD what happened to them. As you can imagine, it's an incredibly personal thing, and I really don't feel like baring my soul to every curious person I meet. When someone is comfortable with telling you, they will. What's the image that pops into your head when you think of someone with PTSD? It's probably not someone who looks like me, right? It's probably someone who's been in the military. There's this pervasive idea that only people who have been in the military can have PTSD. While it's undoubtedly true that some veterans do experience PTSD, not contesting that at all, the important thing to note is veterans aren't the only people who could have PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't have a look. You are never going to be able to just look at someone and assume what their experiences have been. When I first got diagnosed, I told myself, nope, I cannot have PTSD. I have not been in a war zone. I have not gone through real hardship. I am just overreacting. But the thing that I had to learn was that someone else's suffering does not erase your own. Traumatic events can include many things. A car crash, a really bad relationship, someone close passing without warning. These would all classify, and where there is a traumatic event, there is potential for PTSD. To switch it up a bit, the term disability is wide to cover a large range of things, including disorders which affect someone's thought processes, emotions, or perceptions of reality, like PTSD. When I first got diagnosed, people started referring to me as a person with a disability. At first, this made me really uncomfortable. But then I stopped to ask myself why that was. It's because my disability is invisible. It's not immediately obvious that I have one, and so in my head that somehow made it less valid. The disabled community is hugely diverse. Not everyone in it is going to think of themselves the same or have the same experiences. I am disabled. That is not a bad thing. It's also not a good thing. It's just a fact. There's nothing inherently moral about it. When we're talking about disability, it often comes with a lot of jargon that the average person probably isn't going to fully understand. Triggered is one of those words. It's a loaded word nowadays, that's for sure. Some people may already have their own perceptions about it. Something I have noticed, though, is the perception of the word is rarely in line with the reality of what it actually means. When someone is triggered, they are experiencing an intense and conditioned reaction to something that has previously caused them distress. So, to illustrate, I will be telling you about a time I was triggered. One night, as my roommate was getting ready, she dropped her high-heeled shoes on the hardwood floor of our apartment and made a really loud noise. This caused me to have a panic attack, and I spent the next hour sobbing uncontrollably in a closet. That may seem like an overreaction, but what was actually happening was a complicated and deeply rooted trauma response. To start off with, people with PTSD typically have higher levels of brain arousal, which is essentially how alert you are. Let's just say that the average a person runs at day to day is like here. My brain is like here. Combine that with traumatic experiences and the human brain's incredible pattern recognition, and you have a recipe for disaster. So, when that loud noise happened, my brain went, loud noise? Do you remember the really bad thing that happened the last time there was a loud noise? And it turns on my fight or flight. My heart rate accelerates, my breathing speeds up, and I start to sweat more. I become convinced that I am now in danger. I also disassociate, which makes me feel like I'm separate from my own body. And so I go and hide in a closet because small spaces make me feel safe. Eventually, though, I calm down and I realize that nothing is wrong. But for the rest of the day, I'm on edge and I'm shaking, and I also have to have a really awkward conversation with my roommate about why I fled the room like someone had set a tiger on me. It doesn't seem like an overreaction once you break it down, right? PTSD isn't some monster under the bed. If you look it in the face, if you call it what it is, you take away its power and it becomes less scary as a result. When I am triggered, I am not merely angry or upset. I'm experiencing a situation in which my body and my brain are convinced that I'm in very real danger and they are doing everything they can to protect me. That's why trigger warnings are so important for me. They allow me to leave if I know I can't handle this today, or it means I can implement coping skills to deal with the content. PTSD isn't just something you have no control over, though. It is possible to treat. Even if you can't completely reduce your symptoms, most people see a big increase in their quality of life after seeking treatment. As cheesy as it sounds, it does get better. Therapy is your first option, and it's great. I've been going to therapy for over a year. It's really improved my quality of life. Trauma-focused therapy helps you unpack your emotions in a safe, supportive environment. My therapist used a really great metaphor to describe PTSD. You know when you've got people coming over but you have not cleaned the house, so you kind of just grab all your stuff and shove it in a cupboard? Trauma is kind of like that. The first time you bump that cupboard, everything is going to fall out on the floor. For me, that meant crying in closets. But if you take the time to pack more and more things away, maybe less and less things will fall out, and maybe nothing will. Therapy has given me the tools that mean when I am triggered, I have the ability to calm myself down. Now, I still get triggered, but it's less serious, and it's less serious. Some days are still better than others, but I don't have to cry in closets anymore. You could say that I came out of the closet. That is a bad joke, but I'm keeping it. Medication can be an option too. Antidepressants are typically prescribed for people with PTSD. It's not going to completely fix things, but it can regulate your mood. Medication is a very individual thing though, so it's always best to speak with your doctor about what your needs are. I'm on 2 types of medication. They've been really great for me because along with PTSD, I also have generalized anxiety and depression. Medication means I don't have random panic attacks anymore, and my mood is generally more stable, which means my illness interferes with my life less. For most of the life of this talk, this was the section where I talked about all the horrible emotions that my mental illness subjected me to. At first, it felt really nice to finally be honest with my voice, to use it to speak the truth of my mental illness. The more people I said it to, though, the worse I started to feel. I realized that I was unconsciously feeding into expectations that people already held. I was challenging nothing. I fed this idea that mental illness must be a story with a happy ending. This story does not have a happy ending, because it was never a story to start with. I'm not a hero or a protagonist. I am a person with a mental illness. It is as simple and as complicated as that. Everyone wants this inspiring story about a person who goes through a lot, but with strength and courage can reach out. You get to feed off of my inspiration. It makes you feel good. Wow, I listen to them. What an empathetic person I am for paying attention to their plight. But I don't owe you inspiration. I don't owe you vulnerability. And I'm not going to stand here and bare my wounds for all to see so that you may feel better about your lives for a moment. I signed up to do this talk because I was angry. I was angry with how people made assumptions about me. I was angry with how people assigned me pity that I did not ask for. And I was angry because I never saw the reality of my life depicted truthfully. Somewhere along the road of writing this, I lost that anger. I want it back. Disabled people aren't allowed to be angry, even though we live in a world that isn't built for us. We must placate abled people at every turn in order to survive, and I, for one, have had enough of doing it. So, this time, instead of patting yourselves on the back for being gracious enough to empathize with me, I challenge you to do something harder. Ask yourself, how do my actions make the world more difficult for people with a disability? And when you find one, and you will, instead of feeling bad about it, go do something.
Thank you, Ruth. PTSD is something that we probably don't understand enough and something that we definitely don't talk about enough. So it was really good to be able to hear that and to learn a little bit more about what life is like for someone going through that. And I think the message of doing something about it and changing the way we act is so important. And it's a message that's gone through all of our speakers' talks today, about not just listening and not just sharing it on social media, but about taking action and doing something about it. So before we move on to our next speaker, we're going to be seeing another talk on the screen, and this one is again about inclusivity and how that relates to skin color.
When ultraviolet sunlight hits our skin, it affects each of us a little differently. Depending on skin color, it'll take only minutes of exposure to turn one person beetroot pink, while another requires hours to experience the slightest change. So what's to account for that difference? And how did our skin come to take on so many different hues to begin with? Whatever the color, our skin tells an epic tale of human intrepidness and adaptability, revealing its variance to be a function of biology. It all centers around melanin, the pigment that gives skin and hair its color. This ingredient comes from skin cells called melanocytes and takes two basic forms. There's eumelanin, which gives rise to a range of brown skin tones as well as black, brown, and blonde hair, and pheomelanin, which causes the reddish browns of freckles and red hair. But humans weren't always like this. Our varying skin tones were formed by an evolutionary process driven by the sun. It began some 50,000 years ago when our ancestors migrated north from Africa and into Europe and Asia. These ancient humans lived between the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn, a region saturated by the sun's UV-carrying rays. When skin is exposed to UV for long periods of time, the UV light damages the DNA within our cells, and skin starts to burn. If that damage is severe enough, the cell's mutations can lead to melanoma, a deadly cancer that forms in the skin's melanocytes. Sunscreen as we know it today didn't exist 50,000 years ago. So how did our ancestors cope with this onslaught of UV? The key to survival lay in their own personal sunscreen, manufactured beneath the skin, melanin. The type and amount of melanin in your skin determines whether you'll be more or less protected from the sun. This comes down to the skin's response as sunlight strikes it. When it's exposed to UV light, that triggers special light-sensitive receptors called rhodopsin, which stimulate the production of melanin to shield cells from damage. For light-skinned people, that extra melanin darkens their skin and produces a tan. Over the course of generations, humans living at the sun-saturated latitudes in Africa adapted to have a higher melanin production threshold and more eumelanin, giving skin a darker tone. This built-in sun shield helped protect them from melanoma, likely making them evolutionarily fitter and capable of passing this useful trait on to new generations. But soon, some of our sun-adapted ancestors migrated northward out of the tropical zone, spreading far and wide across the Earth. The further north they traveled, the less direct sunshine they saw. This was a problem, because although UV light can damage skin, it also has an important parallel benefit. UV helps our bodies produce vitamin D, an ingredient that strengthens bones and lets us absorb vital minerals like calcium, iron, magnesium, phosphate, and zinc. Without it, humans experience serious fatigue and weakened bones that can cause a condition known as rickets. For humans whose dark skin effectively blocked whatever sunlight there was, vitamin D deficiency would have posed a serious threat in the north. But some of them happened to produce less melanin. They were exposed to small enough amounts of light that melanoma was less likely, and their lighter skin better absorbed the UV light. So they benefited from vitamin D, developed strong bones, and survived well enough to produce healthy offspring. Over many generations of selection, skin color in those regions gradually lightened. As a result of our ancestors' adaptability, today the planet is full of people with a vast palette of skin colors. Typically, darker eumelanin-rich skin in the hot, sunny band around the equator, and increasingly lighter pheomelanin-rich skin shades fanning outwards as the sunshine dwindles. Therefore, skin color is little more than an adaptive trait for living on a rock that orbits the sun. It may absorb light, but it certainly does not reflect character.
Another very interesting talk there. I feel like I learnt a bit there, so quite good. But before we move on to our next speaker, I think we all need a quick break. We all need to take a step back a little bit. So I am once again asking you to please stand up. Don't worry, we're not doing the same game. Okay, so this one is called the opposite shouting game. And based on what it's called, you might have guessed what it's about. So I am going to say a word. All you have to do is shout back the opposite of that word to me. So for example, if I were to say dog, you would say? Brilliant. All right, let's do it. Down. Left. Yell. That was a bit of a harder one. It's a bit more complicated than it seems, this game. Quiet. Speak. Silence, listen, yeah, anything around there. That's all right. It's a tough game. It seems so easy. Okay. Sink. Oh, well, that was interesting. I was thinking rise, so wow. There we go. We all think very differently. So, I think that's enough. I think our brains have had a bit of an exercise there. So feel free to have a little bit of a stretch while you're up here, because we're about to sit down again and move into our final couple of talks. Okay, and we're back into it, back to our live speakers. Our next speaker is Michael Shanahan. Yes. Michael is studying his Master of Philosophy here at QUT, and he's also the Vice President of the Australian Society for Disorders of the Corpus Callosum. Please join me in welcoming Michael Shanahan.
I am a man, and I bet that's pretty noticeable. I have this blue shirt on, and I bet that's pretty noticeable too. I have a disability, and I imagine it's less noticeable, if at all. Disability is a social construct. It means different things to different people. It can be good, it can be bad, it can be neither, and I think it's all three at once. We all have biases, we all make judgments of people. It's a natural part of being human. We all have a preconception of what disability looks like and what it sounds like. When people meet that preconception, they have a visible disability, and they can experience ableism, abuse, violence, and poverty at higher rates than the general population. When people don't meet that preconception, they can have an invisible disability. They can pass as able-bodied and get into places that visibly disabled people can't, but they can still experience ableism, discrimination in the workplace when they do disclose their disability status, and difficulty getting the support they may need without the context that a visible disability would provide. Corpus callosum disorders, or CCDs, are a microcosm of the world of disability. The corpus callosum is part of the brain. It connects the two hemispheres together for efficient communication between the two sides. We use it when we process sensory and motor data, and for complex thought processes like socializing and abstract thought processes like mathematics. When someone has a corpus callosum disorder, they have a congenital brain malformation where they're born without the corpus callosum or with only part of it. The neuroplastic changes a brain will make to accommodate for the corpus callosum not being there is often less efficient, and this can lead to intellectual disability, learning disability, mental and physical health challenges, sensory impairment, and most commonly, neurodiversities, conditions where the brain is wired differently, like autism, dyslexia, and dyscalculia. What's significant about CCDs is that it is a neurodiversity in and of itself. The brain is wired differently to accommodate for the corpus callosum not being there. It's a rare condition that only affects 1 in 3,000 people, so not much is known about it. And it's difficult to give an accurate prognosis because it's highly variable in cause and effect from person to person. Most of the time, a diagnosis is made during pregnancy. This is a hard enough time for parents as it is. And it's often very isolating being given this diagnosis from a medical professional that hasn't had exposure to this condition before. They often give inaccurate and out-of-date information. We can't expect doctors to know everything, so we go online where there's lots of misinformation too. Parents need to be able to make informed decisions about their pregnancy, and they need easier access to international expertise to do this. Both parents and doctors need more resources in navigating that space of an in utero diagnosis of disability. This would help with CCD, and it would help with the 1 in 22 pregnancies that experience a major congenital anomaly. And we need to provide care for parents no matter what decision they make about their pregnancy. And parents in the room will know having a child is just the beginning. Children with CCD often fail to get the supports they need in school, whether it's access to a mainstream school setting or additional supports in any setting, and they often face bullying for being different. We need to teach children about disability. We teach them about many facets of Australian society. Why not teach them about the nearly 1 in 5 people that have a disability? We can teach them about the value of bodily difference, of thinking and learning and problem solving differently, and the value of people's inherent worth. We can change preconceptions from the start to be neutral and anti-ableist. This is perhaps the most important thing we can do, and we can do it by showing rather than telling. This might look like challenging the narratives around disability and getting rid of infantilization and overly positive and overly negative stories about disabled people, challenging the language that we use and getting rid of euphemisms, and having a conversation with a child about what it might look like for them to include someone with a disability in their peer group. And this stuff kind of sucks. Like, we're talking about actually doing something and not just listening to TED Talks all day. We need inclusive schooling, not exclusion or segregation or integration, but allow for full participation in mainstream settings with the additional supports to help us get there. Getting the support can be hard. We need evidence, and the evidence that we have is medical images of our brain that show a physical difference, and this is often not enough for the education, disability, and healthcare sectors. This leads to diagnoses of autism when we don't meet the criteria for it, just so that we can have access to the resources that autistic people have. We need access to the resources that we need for the diagnoses that we actually have. During adolescence, our brain goes through lots of changes, including the corpus callosum. As socializing becomes more important and more complicated in a teenager's life, our CCD peers are often left behind. As we transition into adulthood, the pediatric services that may have been available to us often don't have an adult equivalent. This can make that transition into post-secondary education and the workplace harder than it needs to be. An inclusive workplace might look at how physical spaces are optimized for sensory concerns, and they might look at flexible working arrangements and hours and options to work from home. These are things the disability community have been asking for a long time, and we've seen some of this stuff happen during the COVID-19 lockdown. Things we could never do until the health and well-being of able-bodied people was at stake. I found out about my CCD when I was 19. I faced many challenges, like we all do, in my formative years. I struggled with relationships, anxiety, and depression, and went on a medical journey to navigate obsessive compulsive disorder and major depressive disorder. A chance encounter with a brain scan gave me new information about what might be going on. My GP and I had never heard of the condition before, so we looked it up on Wikipedia together. I didn't find any useful information, and my GP didn't feel like it was relevant to me, but I couldn't shake this idea that there was a relationship between what was going on in my brain and what was going on in my life. And that search for more information is still going on today, and that's why I'm doing research into corpus callosum disorders here at QUT. I've been asked by doctors to advise them on my needs because of my exposure to this topic, and I know not everyone can do that for themselves, and that's why I'm working in the advocacy space as well. We can't grow brains in a lab that we could then harvest to implant into those who need it. This wouldn't really help with CCD, this imaginary future where we can do this, because it's not just about the corpus callosum, it's about the global changes the brain has made. It's not really about that either. We have deeply ingrained ideas that we can make humanity better by eliminating traits that we don't like. I would argue that we can make humanity better by being more humane. Disability is a social construct, but so is traits that we don't like. So is health and wellness and perfection. Disabled people can't wait for that future that isn't coming. They can't wait for that future that discredits their humanity and disenfranchises them, but they don't have to. All people need to live in optimal environments in order to thrive, and disabled people just need to be allowed to live in theirs. What ordinary people can do is challenge the biases they may hold about disability that sees disabled people as other and lesser, and think about inclusivity in their own spaces at school and work and broader society.
Thanks, Michael. CCD is something that I personally had never even heard of until the first time I heard Michael's speech, and I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people here. It's still something that we need to keep learning about, and it's amazing that you're researching that as well and bringing knowledge further in terms of that. And that's something we should be doing, I think, with all different types of disabilities. We need to look into them more and learn about them more so that we know how to treat the people facing them and how to treat them just like other people, because everyone is a person and everyone deserves our respect. And that is something our final speaker will be talking about today. Our final speaker is Ben Clune. And Ben has had a very, very interesting life. He dropped out of high school at a young age, joined the military, volunteered overseas, and now he is studying biomedical science here at QUT. So he's gone on quite a journey. And he's also got a diverse array of interests as well. Some of them include poetry, powerlifting, and a type of traditional Indian dancing called Bharatanatyam. I hope I said that right. I've been practicing, but I'm not too good at it. Anyway, it's very cool. It's amazing how he's interested in so many different things, and he's going to leave us with a very important message. But please join me in welcoming Ben Clune.
Raise your hand if you hate someone, or dislike someone, or however you might word that to yourself. All right, we're all real. Okay, but keep your hand up, or put your hand up, if you also think you're a good person, a person who's worthy of love, respect, and care. I'm glad that's almost all of us. Thank you. I'm going to let our answers to those two questions sit off to the side for a moment, because what I want to talk to you today about might make you feel a little differently about other people. It is going to involve turning up your empathy and seeing in others what we see in ourselves. Seeing how everyone is someone worthy of what we are. I was raised in a large family. And when I say large, I mean that we had to use a 12-seater van to get to church on a Sunday. And it was always full. It was also bright yellow. So you can imagine how happy all us kids were being seen in it. In school, I was bullied a lot. I was beaten up many times and ostracized from my peers. This was in part due to allergies that I had, my own attitudes, and the fact that I was a very bookish child. What this meant for me was that as I grew, I became angry, disenfranchised. I'm sure that anyone who has a teenager in their house can identify with the phrase sullen teen. I ended up dropping out of high school, and I left home at 17. After enduring a very tough year, I made my way to the army when I was 18 and a half. At this point, my anger had only grown. Compounded by my environment, I eventually became what you and I would probably term a bad person. I was racist, Islamophobic, homophobic, probably a few other obics in there as well, if we're being honest. And if I was pressed for a reason on this, I would say that as a lonely, angry teen, I wanted to feel welcome. And unfortunately, I found that welcome in an echo chamber, one where hatred festered and multiplied. My anger never left, and 3 years after I joined the army, I was discharged due to injury. And it was then that my life changed. And it changed thanks to the power of empathy. I moved into a share house with 3 other young people, all of whom were uni students, undertaking higher degree research. Now, it's important to know that none of my new housemates spoke English as a first language, and none of them went to church on Sunday. Now, when I moved in, I initially tried to keep to myself, but these lovely people insisted on talking to me, cooking for and with me, watching TV together, generally being the best housemates on earth. And it was some time after I moved in that I discovered one of my new housemates was Muslim. Finding out rocked me to my core, but not because I was angry. It is because I found out he was Muslim after I learned about him. This was a man who played soccer on weekends. He was a PhD student who was a delivery driver for Domino's Pizza. And this kind man, who I thought I knew so much about, had smiled at me as I had spoken about the flaws in his faith and how fantastic it was that coalition forces had gone into the Middle East. Now, if you wanted to be polite, you could call that being tone deaf. But no matter what I said to him, he always greeted me with a smile. And when I found out he was Muslim, I cannot describe what it felt like. But if I said I was the smallest, most ignorant, worst person on earth, that would only be scratching the surface. Now, I will call my housemate of this time Ahmed, because that is his name. And Ahmed did something that I now do, and what I'm asking you to do. He saw through my negativity and my attitudes. He saw me. He refused to let my anger dehumanize him, and he stood tall and loving in the face of it. Now, he might not even remember the incident, if we're being honest with each other. We were eating pizza as a group, and I offered him some of my cheeseburger bacon deluxe style slice, and he's simply gone, "Oh, I can't eat pork. I'm Muslim." A light bulb moment, if there ever was one. And it was a moment that instantly changed me. How could I have been so wrong? I had been taught to hate without ever having met the target of my hatred, conditioned to dislike an unknown. And Ahmed showed me how all of that was built on nothing. This is where empathy comes in. If you raised your hand before, I'd like you to do it again. And with your hand up, I encourage you to look around the room. So many of us dislike another person, or whole groups of people. Yet each of us knows that we are worthy of love and respect. Now, you might not hold as much anger in your hearts as I did, or you might hold more. It might be for different reasons or for ones much the same as mine. Maybe your hatred is rational and justified. Maybe your dislike has been earned through repeatedly broken trust. But I can tell you that no matter the reason for your anger, you are still worthy of love. And this is where I really need you to feel with me, because just as you are humans worthy of love, so are the people who hate you. They are not less for their hatred, just as you aren't less for yours. Beg your pardon, I had a brain freeze. When you eventually leave this place, I don't just want you to realize that I love you, despite any attitudes or hatreds that you may have. I want you to take that realization out into the world and live it. Because if you and I can do this, others can. It was care and unearned empathy that shaped who I am today. I am a Hindu. I am a staunch LGBTQIA+ ally, and I'm a passionate believer in the humanity of all and the value that each one of us has to offer the world. Caring for people who hate us isn't easy, and acknowledging that it's not easy, I promise that it's worth it. In the lead up to this event, I was asked why my message might be worth sharing. Let me tell you what I said. The world is a dark place, and the dislike for others seems only to be increasing. If we are to turn back a tide of distrust, enmity, and hatred, it will take caring for others even when they hate us. I hope you all find the strength and courage to try caring, to smile, and to find a pizza moment.
Thank you, Ben. What an incredible message to end the day on. Love over fear. And isn't that what humanity is all about? Today we heard some exceptional talks, all based around humanity. We learnt in our first session about how we can better ourselves to in turn better the people around us and make the world a better place. In our second session, we learnt all about how humanity relates to community and those around us and the small actions we can take to better our communities. And in this most recent section, we learnt about how humanity relates to inclusivity and caring about all those around us. So I personally took a whole lot from today, and I'm sure you did as well. Now, before we go, I'd like to encourage everyone to not just spread the ideas you've heard today, but to do what many of our speakers have been urging us to do throughout the whole day, which is to take action on what you've heard and to start physically doing things to make the world a better place. It's been an absolutely fantastic event. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming along. Often, a great event is made exceptional through a good audience, and you guys were a wonderful audience today, so give yourselves a round of applause. Now, there were so many people who came together to make this event what it was, and I'd like to thank some of them now. So, for the last, I'd say, couple of months, our speakers have been undergoing training sessions about how to prepare for this event, and I was lucky enough to attend those as well. And our speaker coaches, Sally Prosser, Amy Jackson and Mark Creighton, all did a fantastic job and provided some invaluable knowledge for our speakers. So please give them a round of applause. I would also like to thank all of our volunteers who are here today for helping out with the food, with any questions anyone might have, and just generally being awesome to have around. Thank you so much for being here. Please give our volunteers a round of applause. And of course, we need to thank our AV and tech team as well. There was some super complex tech going on back there. I stepped back there one time and there were like 20 computer screens. It's crazy. I don't know how they were controlling all of it at once, but they did a fantastic job at that. So please give them a round of applause as well. I would also like to thank Beatles on the Bard for their incredible food. I always love free food, so that was amazing. So thank you to Beatles on the Bard for that. Thank you also to our live music, McDermott and North. Some wonderful music there, and I'm sure it was really appreciated by everyone out at lunch. Geez, are your hands feeling sore yet? We've been doing a lot of clapping, but there were so many people involved to make today what it was. And I'd just like to thank everyone. Even, I hope I haven't missed anyone, but if I have, thank you so much for whatever you did. I would also now like to thank our wonderful two facilitators. So I'd like to invite them to come up to the stage here. Could we please have Claudia and Montana come up to join us? So Claudia and Mon were involved with so many things in the preparation for this event. They arranged the menu, the venue, the seating, the speakers, and everything in between. They arranged the change of the date, having to move things around because of COVID, and looking at all the different venues, and there was so much involved, so much that went on behind the scenes, and they did a wonderful job putting this whole day together, and what an exceptional day it's been. So I'd now like to hand the mic over to Claudia and Mon. They've got something they'd like to say. But thank you very much, everyone. Go and spread those amazing ideas and take action on the things you heard today.
Oh, thank Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been such a brilliant day, and we are just so proud to be involved in creating this day and delivering it. Yes, as Josh mentioned, it is always uncertain times that we're living in, and so we're so glad that although we did have the reschedule, that we did get to deliver this event live, as well as to those of you at home live streamed. We are so proud to deliver QUT's 7th edition of TEDx and provide that platform for our amazing, inspiring speakers to be able to share those ideas. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Josh has thanked so many people, and I just I agree with that completely. But also one special person who's made it all possible behind the scenes as well is our manager, Amy Burkett. Thank you, Amy. And to my co-creator, Montana, who has given her heart and soul to our speakers night and day. She has listened to practices, she has answered every question and just been there for everyone. So amazing work, Mon. You deserve to be very proud of this.
Thank you so much. I'm just gonna let you know you don't have to clap until the end. I've got a few more people to thank. Just a couple of individual people I'd like to give shout outs to. When you hear your name, give us a big wave. Stephen Chinnery up the back, thank you for coordinating our awesome volunteers. We'll do a collective clap at the end. Josh Rosentreader down the back, our lovely QT staff member that's been helping with the website, technology, all that jazz. Massive shout out to Josh Phillips, our amazing MC. There has been a lot of work behind the scenes to be able to do that MC work today, and he's done an incredible job. I hope he's made you feel engaged and welcome, because I know he sure has with me. Another person that I would like to give a massive shout out to is Charlotte Walsh. Charlotte, where are you? Give Charlotte a wave, everyone. Charlotte, give everyone a wave. We had a competition this year for the TEDxQT 2021 logo. Charlotte is a student here at QT. She submitted this amazing design of the hands. It has become such a big part of our event. It's on the bags, it's on the t-shirt, it's made our stage design. We haven't really had a logo like this before when it's become such like a big part of the actual event day. So we're so thankful to all of the work that you've put into that, and we hope that you're proud of it because it's pretty amazing. Speakers, woo! You all did an amazing job. Again, there's a lot of work behind the scenes, lots of workshops, late nights. We had a pretty big rehearsal yesterday. So I'm so thankful to all of the effort that you've put in. You should be all proud of what you did today. You're going to have a new photo to put on your LinkedIn, which is one of the more important things. And thank you to the live stream audience at home. Again, a massive shout out to Twisted Pair Productions, who not only have done all of the AV and tech, but did this incredible stage setup for us as well. Lastly, but not least, I'd like to thank Claudia, my right-hand man, our right-hand people. We've been working pretty hard on this, and it's been amazing to have a solid team of two. Claudia is probably the best person I've ever known to draft an email, a really complicated, confronting email. So I appreciate her work with that. She's always there to bounce ideas and listen to my incessant rambling, allow me to annoy her in the office, and she's done an incredible job with the venue management and just being there. So thank you so much for all your work, Claudia. A few last things. Audience, you've been incredible. You have been incredible. It's so good to have an audience that wants to be here and is so engaged with the program. I know it's been a long day and you're probably feeling a bit fatigued now. So please go home for a little drink. Have a cheeky drink. You should be proud of the effort that you've put in to be here and the amount of mental energy you have used to listen to all of these talks. I will just say we do have a little post-event mixer that's going to happen afterwards. It's going to be some food. It's going to give you a chance to get to know the speakers, to get to know each other, have those connections again. Those audience activities are still going on outside if you want to have a go and contribute to them. And that's it from me. I hope you've had an amazing day. I'm just going to ask the speakers to stay back. We're going to have a group photo on stage. But other than that, audience members, if you'd just like to have one final round of applause, you're free to go.